Oh. Let me see if I can't do that real quick. In an alternate universe, there's a dude named Duke who's about to watch the Sonic movie trailer. Oh, God. But why? Okay, upload emote? Let me see if I got one in that size. Pronounced duck. Oh, God. Okay. I'll take it. Very well. Alrighty then. Greetings and salutations, everybody. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the stream. Today is Sunday, October 9th, 2022, and Sundays means it's time for us to become a reaction Andy. Hang on. Man, this headphone line is not happy. Good Lord. Fix yourself. There we go. Yeah, so that's what we do on Sundays. We do a whole bunch of reactions. They end up getting recorded, chopped up, and put up onto YouTube for the week forward. We have a lot of reactions that we're doing today. We're going to try and do another full 14 to do 2 a day for the next 7 days, and then we'll see if we have 7 or 14 the following Sunday. There's a good chance we'll have 14 because I don't feel like we're catching up at all. I'm here for Super Mario Brothers. That's first. So there you go. And then afterwards, if you want to check out, you're more than welcome to. Just to give a quick idea of what we're reacting to today, we got the Super Mario Brothers movie. We got Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, more stuff coming out for that. We're going to be checking out stuff for A Plague Tale Requiem. We're going to be checking out stuff for Asterigos, which is a Souls-like game that comes out very, very soon. We have Dragon Ball The Breakers, which releases later this week. We've checked it out before. Didn't look great. We'll see if that's changed. We have Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed, which is a thing that's apparently happening. Saturnalia, which is a survival horror game based around an ancient Roman ritual. We have Potionomics, which is a deck building game where you run a potion shop. Also comes out in the next week or two. Against the Storm, which looks like if you turned Warcraft 3 into a city builder. And it's just kind of cute looking as well. We have The Darkest Tales, which it looks like very inspired by Hollow Knight. Saturnalia is the pagan holiday that Christmas replaced. There you go. I have a little blurb for it that... Where'd it go? I had a little... Oh, that's on the other page, isn't it? Yeah, I have a little blurb about it. Wait, where'd it go? No, I had a little blurb about it to read about what it was based off of. But it apparently disappeared on me. How dare it? There we go. That's right. Got it back. We have The Darkest Tales, which is very Hollow Knight inspired, but it's themed around fairy tales, and you're a teddy bear that kicks ass. We have Lost Eidolons, which you checked out before, which is Fire Emblem without the anime. and that releases in 4 days, apparently. That snuck up on me, so we're going to check out some more stuff surrounding Lost Eidolons. And then we have Batora the Lost Haven, which is a story-rich action RPG, which could mean a whole bunch of things. I thought I pulled this one. No, I didn't. We have Flat Eye, which is a god game simulator. And like the thing here says you, us, you again. And then we have The Last Orikru, which I was very surprised that, because like all of the trailers said I'd watched them already, like they were clicked on, and I don't remember anything about this game. So maybe watching the trailers. Well, I checked the YouTube channel, wasn't on there at all. It also releases in 4 days. It's a Choices Matter action RPG that has co-op elements available in it. So we'll see what that is too. Yeah. So that's what's on the agenda. But in the meantime, in between then, we are going to be also running Stream Raiders. So if you want to drop some units, help us in some battles, and we'll get that. We'll get us some sick rewards. What do I need to do? I need to place warriors. I can totally do that. I can place all of the warriors. All of the warriors. We'll put our warrior back here. And we'll put some units there, but we do need some rogues here. Hoverboo put a tank there. That'll work as well. It runs the risk of heavy death though, but place your units, everybody. All right, and as I mentioned, we're going to be doing reactions today. We already just went over what we'll be reacting to, but the way that these work is I will read an intro off of my head, and then we will check out the trailer. We'll talk about the trailer, and then when it's time for us to go where the conversation is starting to wrap up, I'll read an outro. We'll make faces. Face gets used in the thumbnail. Rinse and repeat 13 times technically, because you don't rinse and repeat for a total of 14 times. That's the agenda today. We do these live on stream because they make for a more interactive and dynamic experience, both for myself as the content creator, as well as people that'll be watching it later on YouTube. Also, it just makes for something that we can do together as a community. It's a good way to find out what games are coming out and take a closer look at them, because we do our reactions a little bit different than what you might see otherwise on the internet. In that we will generally pull a history of whatever it is that we're reacting to and go forward from there. So, I need coffee, especially for this. So I grabbed the trailer that Cerulean had put. Yeah, okay, they don't have a 4K trailer, really? I'm just gonna double check real quick that there's not a 4K trailer out there. Here's Illumination. Also not 4K. That's the Super Mario movie Direct. There's no way this is 4K. Nintendo doesn't do anything in 4K. Movie trailer source 1080. Okay, well if it's from both Illumination and Universal Pictures, they don't have a 4K trailer, then I'm thinking they just don't have a 4K trailer. So, which is unfortunate. Unfortunate. I'm gonna grab this one from Illumination though. Not that it makes a huge difference, but you know, just the one I'm grabbing. All right. I just tossed out a PC with a floppy disk drive. Whew. You mean the save icon? Is that what you're talking about? All right, everybody. If you are a subscriber, you have access to this YouTube Swan, to where you can say hi to the new YouTube video. If you are not a subscriber to the channel, unfortunately, there's no way to unlock that because it is an animated emote, and the sub unlock won't let you do that with animated emotes. So instead, you can just use whatever emote you want. We got lots of swans that you can put in there, whatever fits best for you. Real, I don't understand why, but for some reason in my little chat window, your name went from dark green to light green. I don't know if you changed it, but it changed for me. Anyway, so but it didn't change over here. This is still the same. whatever. Doesn't matter. I ain't do shit. It's whatever. So yeah. Say hi to YouTube if you are interested in doing so, and we're gonna go ahead and get started. Here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the official teaser trailer for the Super Mario Brothers movie. And whoo-wee! Yeah, here we are with finally actually getting to see this after it was initially like revealed and announced and stuff, but we never got to see anything about it, right? Nintendo was like, we're doing a Mario Brothers movie, and everyone thought back to that atrocious ass movie from like the 80s, and we were like, oh no. Well, I mean, you know, Detective Pikachu and the Sonic movies have been cool. Maybe this won't suck. And then they were like, by the way, we got Chris Pratt doing the voice of Mario. And we were like, oh, okay. I don't want you to do Chris Pratt. Like, I understand Chris Pratt, very beloved actor. He generally, like, especially back from his days in Parks and Rec, he was the nice, cute 94. Damn, I thought it was older than that. Chris Pratt, very beloved actor. I was introduced to Chris Pratt through Parks and Recreation, where he was just like the lovable oaf on that show. He ended up being able to jump into the big time with Guardians of the Galaxy. Someone is happy to correct me if he actually hit the big time somewhere else, but that's when I remember him going from the dude on Parks and Recreation to the dude in Guardians of the Galaxy. Unfortunately, Chris Pratt as a human being, while he puts on the like I care thing, there's a couple things that have come out about him that apparently he's just kind of like not a great dude. He's a privileged white dude who has privileged white dude views, and yeah. But the thing that everyone was like nervous about, of course, was Chris Pratt doing the voice work. And before we even click play, I have heard that the Mario voice in this is literally just Chris Pratt talking, which is the reason for the controversy even more, because Chris Pratt, before this trailer ever came out, was like, I've been doing tons of vocal training, and I've put in the work to make Mario sound excellent, and it's unlike anything I've ever done before, and unlike anything you've ever heard before. And we're like, really? Okay. And then this trailer came out, and I've seen nothing on Twitter but people being like, he literally just read off of a piece of paper in his normal speaking voice. And I was like, oh, goody. But I've heard that it looks good otherwise, and I've heard that Jack Black's Bowser looks good, sounds good. So we'll find out for ourselves. I've not watched any of this beyond a couple of GIFs that have been floating around the internet. So without further ado, here we go. I need some volume. Damn.
Behold, the king of the Koopas!
Hi, Kamek. How are you?
Open the gates!
Okay. Also, I'm glad that they've just... I like the penguin grin.
That is but a taste of our fury. Do you yield?
I do not.
Why does Bowser even have an
I
army?
finally found it. Now who's gonna stop me?
What is this place?
Do not touch that mushroom, you'll die! Oh, I'm sorry. That one's perfectly fine. Come on, Mario!
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, I saw people freaking out about where the fuck's Luigi at? Isn't he right there? Like there's Luigi right there. Maybe I'm missing some context of whatever it is that people were talking about. I'm glad Toad sounds like that's how I always imagined him. What instead of like hi shit that he had in some of the other games where it's just this high pitched thing. Okay, so you know, it's perfectly fine to bag on Chris Pratt, but one thing that I'm gonna say is that, like, right, he doesn't talk much in this trailer.
Come on, Mario!
But
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
I feel like people are being a little harsh on him, okay? There's plenty of reasons to bag on Chris Pratt. It's definitely, so like, one, it does still sound like Chris Pratt, but it doesn't sound the way that I expected it to sound. I literally expected Chris Pratt, if I'm Chris Pratt, this is my voice. Mushroom Kingdom, here we come. Like, that is just my voice, right? He's definitely put a little bit of accent on it, right? Like, because Mario's supposed to be Italian, he's got a little bit of an accent in there. I agree, Eve. Let voice actors do voice acting work. I 100% agree. That is a different conversation and a global problem, right? Like, that's a very massive issue of Hollywood camera talent taking voice acting jobs. I agree. Camera talent needs to get the fuck out of voice acting jobs, because already voice acting jobs were like really hard, and there was major voice actors that were just taking a whole lot of the work because they were recognized talent, and that's an industry problem. I mean, you got voices like Tara Strong and Matt Mercer, and I can't remember the dude's name. Like, I can picture his face, but god damn it, I can't think of his name right now. Troy Baker also does a ton of voice acting work and stuff like that. And nothing against them as voice actors, right? They have a lot of talent. They do exceptional work, but they aren't camera actors. There's no difference between voice actors and camera actors. Yes, there is. You take the exact same classes. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but the fact of the matter is that the work pool continues to get smaller because the big names take all of the work. And when you have camera actors coming in to do voice acting jobs, that makes the pool of work even smaller. And that's the issue. Is that you got these large people that are taking all of the work. I do know that camera actors, because I forget what it's called. It's called like RDE or something like that. They end up doing a lot of voice acting for their camera work because they'll re-record their lines in a booth and it gets slapped over top of the camera, because it's really, really difficult to get good, clean recordings of people talking on a set. It might be easier now that we got shit like all this green screen voice acting and stuff like that, but they do that same stuff. But the idea is that they're moving away from being on camera actors and starting to eat into voice acting jobs, and that's a problem. Phil Lamar is a huge voice actor, started on film. If you transition from one to the other, that's slightly different, but we got people that are just trying to be both and do both when you don't need to do both, when there's already such a limited amount of work. The debate annoys because people are mad at celebs, not actors. It's misdirected, and maybe that's a good way to phrase it, real. But in the example of the Super Mario Brothers movie, right? Chris Pratt was not hired for this job because he is a good voice actor. He was hired for this job because Chris Pratt is a big name celebrity. And they are like Nintendo, Universal Pictures, and Illumination are hoping that putting Chris Pratt's name on the poster will mean that more people will go see this movie, because he is a big name celebrity. So I will agree with you on that one. I think that's a good way to phrase it, of that people are mad at celebrities, not actors. And I think that's a very fair statement. He wasn't hired for Guardians of the Galaxy because he was a good actor either. He was hired for Guardians of the Galaxy because he threw his agent at him to the point that he said, "You get me that role, I don't care what I have to do." He's talked about just how hard he worked for Guardians of the Galaxy. He wasn't a big celebrity at that point in time. Guardians of the Galaxy is part of what turned him into a big celebrity. But Marvel just churns out actors all over the place because they're just like, new people, new roles, new people, new roles, new roles, new people, new roles. We got more heroes coming in. We need this hero. We need that hero. Bring that series in. So, I mean, I don't feel like being a good actor is a requirement to get into Marvel movies, because you're going onto a theme park ride of cinema, and that's all Marvel movies are. I enjoy the theme park ride, but they're not meant to be good movies, okay? They're meant to be an enjoyable experience and not much beyond that. I'm still waiting on a Star Fox anime series after Nintendo did that 15-minute anime short to promote Star Fox Zero. One, welcome in Leonardo, and two, I would love to see Nintendo not treat Star Fox like the bastard child that they seem to think that it is. Star Fox always gets one of the shortest ends of the stick. Yes, there's other Nintendo franchises that get really short sticks too. Looking at you, poor F-Zero, and in a lot of ways, Metroid. But Star Fox is just like kind of like just like looked at on the side. They're the crying cat in the background. You tell me Ryan Reynolds, after Green Lantern, was hired for his acting rather than his personality. Ryan Reynolds is hired for his personality. 100% hired for his personality. But back to this, I do feel like people are being unreasonably harsh against Chris Pratt. You can bag on Chris Pratt all you want for being a celebrity, getting into places that he shouldn't be in just because he's a celebrity, but this is definitely not Chris Pratt's normal speaking voice.
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
It is definitely not his normal speaking voice. He is definitely trying to do a Mario style accent. Is it great? I don't know. We heard him say like, ooh, 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 Mushroom Kingdom, here we come. Like he said like maybe 8 words in this whole damn trailer. So I don't know if it's going to be good. It might not be, but you know what? It's also not going to matter that much either, because really we're just going to watch a Super Mario movie. That's what we're here for, right? Like, and honestly, this looks pretty sick. Like, I think it looks really good. Illumination did a really good job. I have a problem with the malleability of this penguin's beak in the way that he's able to smirk a moment later as his soldiers charge forward. Look at this. Look at this beak bend. Look at this beak bend. That's what I take issue with. Not Chris Pratt's bad Italian accent. I take issue with my realism being broken by this beak being able to bend into a grin, okay? Also the fact that like again, I asked this earlier, why did Bowser ever bring an entire army? This dude torched the entire castle by himself. Like he's just like, yeah, I got Koopas, probably just to make me feel better, because really all I'm gonna do is just breathe fire and torch your entire place by my fucking self, because he's standing a hot distance away from it, and the dude is just able to just torch this thing from. Look at that shot. Why are we here? I don't know. I feel like Chris Pratt is more accurate to Mario is supposed to sound like versus traditional Mario. He's from Brooklyn, not Italy. I mean, Mario's always been an isekai. Like, I don't know if people know that, but the entire series of Mario Brothers is an isekai game where Mario gets pulled into the world of the Super Mario Brothers and proceeds on from there. He could sound like whatever the hell you want, but I, again, feel like people are being unreasonably harsh on Chris Pratt for specifically the voice acting part. At least no penguin boobs? Not yet. Don't tempt them. Sonic would have had penguin boobs? Oh, absolutely. Oh, hey, you watched the trailer. We did. It's actually pretty good. Bowser is all about those minions, right? He just needs people to lord over. He's like, yes, serve me. Serve me. He brought them for the bureaucracy. It's literally just there to make a statement. Nobody would take him seriously if he showed up by himself, right? He'd be like, yes, you must serve me. Give me your power stars. And they'd been like, whatever, fucking turtle bitch. And then he'd have to be like, man, come on, give me some respect. Flame blasts everyone. So, you know, those aren't minions. They aren't yellow. You're wrong, Eve. You straight up wrong. Koopas are yellow. Look at them. That is yellow. That is minion alpha right there. Look at them. You got magic minion Kamek in the front. You got soldier minion Koopas in the back. The OG minions. Minions wish that they could be as cool as Koopas. Anyway, so that's the Super Mario Mario Bros. Trailer, as well as a discussion about celebrities and where they're encroaching on other people's jobs and what value they actually bring to a production. And in this case, I don't feel like Chris Pratt really brings any value to the production, but I also don't feel like his voice acting is nearly as bad as I saw everyone bagging on him on Twitter for. Maybe it's because I got these nice headphones that are like jamming the audio way down deep into my brain, but it is definitely not just Chris Pratt's regular speaking voice. There is an accent there. Whether it's good or bad, we're gonna need at least a few more lines to be able to tell. But come on, there was already really low hanging fruit for you to grab, and you decided to make up a fruit anyway. But so that's the Super Mario Brothers movie. I would love to hear what your thoughts are. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below, whether it's about the trailer, whether it's about voice actors versus camera actors, or celebrities, or wherever that sits. Put them down in the comments below. If you want to keep in the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch another video on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. I want this game? What, this game? Bowser loves posturing mwahahas in front of people. You're probably right. That's probably what it is. When people tell me Nintendo games don't need better graphics because they're stylized, I'm going to tell them to suck on that trailer. I mean, there is a point to having stylized graphics, but we're going to get into Pokemon in a minute. Like, Pokemon is going to be one of the upcoming reactions that we do, and Pokemon's a good example of, like, yeah, you can say that stylized graphics are a thing, but let's not pretend like Pokemon hasn't looked like dog shit for like 6 years, okay? Like, as soon as they moved away from like pixel art and sprites and started to try and go into 3D models, it was like, all right, we'll give you like 1 or 2 generations to like try and figure it out, but now modern day Pokemon should look way the fuck better than it does. It should look so much better than it does, and they don't, because they know they can get away with it, make cheaper games with lesser graphics, and make more money off of it. I understand it. I don't like it, but it's a definite thing that you can be like, this looks like shit, you know? Pretty sure a lot of people didn't want him because of his actual personality, not about his acting ability. Oh, yeah, we had that conversation as well, Athena, about camera actors versus voice actors, and specifically as well, celebrities. And celebrities being billed for roles that they are not suited for, either on camera or behind a microphone for a voice acting job, because they are big celebrities that the studios hope will mean that they bring in more money. Let's not pretend better graphics means uber realistic. No, it doesn't have. We just got done playing Solstice, right? Solstice has great graphics, a beautiful art direction. The game looks awesome. It does not look uber realistic at all whatsoever. Nothing about that game's art direction makes it look realistic, but it looks awesome. It looks great. I really just like the 3D aspect of the game rather than isomorphic. I agree. I feel like Pokemon, like, especially when they moved from the 3DS platform to the Switch, Sword and Shield looked bad. Like, the reason I was upset with it was primarily because of Dexit, but the game also had major issues visually. And like Pokemon Legends Arceus looked better, and this is looking better, but it still doesn't look the way that I feel the game could or should. Hyper-realistic Pokemon would have been terrifying. They can't sell to children. No, I don't want that either. This is what I go to war with Nintendo over. Reasonable. Okay. One. Do we have the units to run this battle early? No. What the fuck is that? Dipped in okay. You're forgiven. I was like, there's this creepy ass fucking thing hand goddamn idle hands looking motherfucking rogue over here. But the streamer's name who made this skins, they're called Dipped in Polish. You're forgiven. If your name was almost anything else, I would have taken issue because it's really freaky, but you're forgiven. One concern about this though is that it is dipped in polish. The nail polish on this finger is on the soft part. It is on this part. They went in the nail polish. Like I guess you're living up to your name. That is a finger that is dipped in polish. But whoo! I agree they shouldn't have been praised in Britain after Brexit. Oh, you meant Texit. That was good. I'm ready for Pokemon Shadow, ghost-specific Pokemon scary game. Man, I don't know if we'll ever see that. I would love for us to see that, but I think, did you want to jump in this battle? It's a loyalty scrolls chest, so you'll get a whole bunch of uncommon scrolls. Pokemon Horror Dungeon Crawler in Lavender Town, or just like a horror mystery game in Lavender Town, right? Where you're like trying to solve some sort of issue, like there's something freaky going on in the town and you're trying to solve it, and it ends up being ghost Pokemon, of course, right? But you don't know that initially. What is the Lulu likes? What is this war beast? It's just a fucking leg with a crown on it. Like, yes, my legs are awesome. Two tacos rogue. That is a two tacos rogue. Bizarro Shoshipi with the two tacos rogue. Yep. All right. Hover boo. Give him the clamps. Bone tank. The bone skins have gotten real rare lately. Only them OGs have them. Seen it with that artillery. All right, we got 2 minutes left. We're gonna start this. Oh, I could have been playing music this whole time. We'll do this. Let's go. Oh no, that song ended. The music faded out. There we go. Stop him! Stop the knight! Kill him! Jolly good work. We have 200 gold that can be yours for 1,669 channel points. 1 Centurion that can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills go into Hover Boo, followed by Judge Betty. Most assists go into Hover Boo, followed by a tie between Fender and Bizarro Shoshipi. Going random on the scroll and the gold in 5. final boss music of Final Fantasy X? Like, shit goes hard. Random 3, 2, 1. Athena with the gold, Hoverboot with the Centurion. Back to the map. Now it's time for that loyalty skin chest. That's a lot more enemies. Huh? Help me! I'm scared. You should add Yakuza 0 intro song to your playlist. Never heard it before. That is an armored Colossus, so we need a couple of armored units over here to go scurry in there. Another streamer has this Final Fantasy X song, and I always think it's the Yakuza 0. That's why we have 99 Phoenix Downs, right? Man, if you don't know how the final boss in Final Fantasy X works, 99 Phoenix Downs might not save you. That fight can be rough if you're not ready for it. All right. On to another one, everybody. On to another one. If you would like to drop in your YouTube swans, your re-swans, or your swan of choice, whatever you prefer, they are available to you to say hi to the YouTube video. Calm down. We're going to check out the newest stuff surrounding Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Let's go. Was that Kefka? No. Kefka is from Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy X's final boss is Brekka's final Aeon. Was that his name? Brekka? The summoner from Fighting Sin before. The actual name is a spoiler for a game that's 21 years old now. Fuck. Jesus. Brekka. Thank you. All right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are revisiting, for the third time, I believe, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. They're doing a lot of marketing for this game, and I think there's good reason for it. I wasn't a very large fan of Pokemon Sword and Shield. I took a lot of issues with that game. I played a bit of Pokemon Legends Arceus. That was a cool game. And then Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are the next, like, actual entries. And these are the mainline entries. They're looking pretty good. And we're going to take a closer look. I know that there's some new Pokemon that are shown off in these. We have two things to look at today, which is the Secret Treasure trailer back from September, and then this Jump Into Your Paldean Journey, which I didn't realize this trailer was 14 minutes long. Goddamn. But we'll start with the Secret Treasure. Let's go. I'm ready for my Fire Pepper boy. Braska. That's it. See that cloth? Cloth! Look at him. Little crabby boy. But he's not a crabby. Face off against rebellious students on Starfell Street. The school's troublemakers. Have we just moved away from Team Rocket and now the Team Rocket is just the delinquents? Look at that little pepper boy. Yep. So Team Rocket has been replaced with delinquents. He's so cute. An upperclassman and gifted cook. Hold on, you're gonna tell me that dude is like a high schooler? That dude looks 26 with student loan debt. Oh, it's a big boy. Yeah, that dude seriously looks like he drinks kombucha to try and make himself feel better about his wasted degree. There's a horror movie there where a person is running away from a bunch of cannibalistic sunflowers. Smoliv. Get him, Quaxley. Yeah, good job. What is this music? What are these Mega Man characters? Hang on, wait. What is the point of this? Because we looked last time we watched this, right? We looked into these crystal forms, and these crystal forms, which are called Terra something or others, I can't remember what they're called right off the top of my head. They changed the Pokemon to a different type, right? But this is the 3 starter Pokemon with the crystal type of what they are on their head. This is Quaxley with water, who's the water starter. This is Fuecoco, who's the fire starter with the fire crystal on his head. This is Sprigatito, who's the grass starter with the grass crystal on their head. What's the purpose? Don't know. I won't worry about it right now. Okay, so now we're going to get into our Paldean journey. Oh God, they're already talking. Hold on.
All right, everyone. It's
Hi.
almost time to begin your journeys in the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon
It is. It's a
Violet
month away.
games. Are you ready? You'll get to catch Pokemon,
Maybe.
raise them, and battle them as you embark on an adventure where the familiar charms of the Pokemon series evolve into a new experience. As a student at an academy in the Paldea region, you'll take part in an independent study program called the Treasure Hunt. And you'll search this vast world for a precious treasure of your
What
very
is the
own.
age range
But
of
hey,
this
at this
school?
point, you probably knew all that already, right? Here's something we hope even you well-informed viewers will enjoy. A sneak peek at 4 particular trainers' journeys in Paldea. Now, let the adventures begin.
Yeah, give me that Lechonk. Look at him. He says, don't eat me.
This trainer is battling a Pokemon called Lechonk. Lechonk is a gourmand. It's proud of its nose, which it uses to sniff out delicious food.
I am glad that we're getting more Pokemon games where Pokemon are proportionally sized to like what they're supposed to be. Terastallized.
Oh,
There it is.
Look, Quaxley terastallized. Terastallizing is a phenomenon unique to the Paldea region, but all Pokemon can do it. It adds extra punch to moves of the Pokemon's Terra type.
Not tempting enough to get a Switch 4. That's fair.
What's that
Depending on
over
the
there?
size of the school, might be 6 to
Is that a
17 without too much
glowing
problem.
Pokemon? It seems to be a Jigglypuff.
I need a
But why is it
legendary
shining so
Jigglypuff.
bright? Better approach it slowly and start a battle. Whoa! It terastallized! Looks like this Jigglypuff has the water type for its Terra type. Apparently, these sparkly wild Pokemon will terastallize in battle.
Do you get something special for beating / catching them? I'm also a gourmand by that reasoning.
This
Your nose?
Jigglypuff seems pretty tough. But Quaxley's strong too.
Yeah,
Dealing enough damage
they're
to a
having to give
wild Terra
Quaxley
Pokemon
some
causes its
screen time
terrestrialization
right
to
now.
come undone.
They're like, nobody's talking about Quaxley. Quick, put him out front.
Now, throw a Pokeball. Nice. The wild Jigglypuff was caught. Some Pokemon, like this Jigglypuff, have a Terra type completely different from their regular type. Any Pokemon is capable of having any of the 18 different types as its Terra type.
Get your living decks now, bitches.
What's this? Quaxley's out there in the world, charging straight toward that Litleo. Looks like Quaxley battled Litleo on its own and
Oh
won.
yeah, that's the new
That's because the
mechanic where you
trainer
can
gave
just, you don't
Quaxley
have
the
to do
Let's Go
Pokemon battles
command.
anymore.
Using Let's Go will send your lead Pokemon out onto the field to battle.
Don't make me fight the
If
trash
a Pokemon
fights.
gets
You
sent
do
out
it.
toward an item, it'll go pick it up, just like Quaxley here. What a
The
useful
Quaxley is just a
command
less
for
cute
searching your
Psyduck?
surroundings. These Pokemon are so helpful, giving their all for their
Maybe,
partner.
depending on your perspective.
Next, the trainer opens his map to see where he wants to go.
I'm definitely
You
called
can
out
set
with
a
that
place
living
as your
Pokedex
destination.
comment.
Keep
Man,
yourself on track as you go.
trying to get every
Then we can
Pokemon
hop
with
atop
every
the
Terra
legendary
subtype
Pokemon
sounds
you're
like
Rhydon and
pain.
get going. And what have we here? It's a base belonging to Team Star, the school troublemakers. Starfall Street, one of the 3 major stories that will make up your Paldean adventures, will unfold in bases like this one.
I miss
Time
Team
to
Rocket.
face Team Star. Our trainer rang the bell and barged into the base. That takes some guts. But things look bad. There are lots of grunts around, and they keep sending out Pokemon. They just won't quit blocking the way. We'll need to use Let's Go to defeat Team Star's Pokemon.
I like
There
that you're
we
able to
go.
throw out
All the grunts
multiple.
have been defeated at last. Oh wait, is that some kind of tricked out car?
I miss actual death in my Pokemon
It
games.
is.
How many
And atop it
actual
is Mela,
Pokemon games
the
had
boss of
like
Team
full-on
Star's
death
fire
mechanics?
crew. She's obviously tough.
I know in the manga, like
It's
there was
easy to see why
murder and
she's a
shit.
boss.
I need
Time
your
for
boots.
these trained up Pokemon to battle. You'll have to wait for your own adventure to see how a battle like this plays out. Now, let's check in on another trainer. How's
It
her
plays out the
adventure
exact
going?
same as all the other ones, so don't worry too much about
Aha!
it.
She's using the TM machine at a Pokemon Center. The TM machine lets you make your own TMs, also known as technical machines, using materials Pokemon drop when you defeat or catch them.
You can craft TMs now? Sick. It's hard to outdo Team Rocket. It
Now,
is.
Where will she go next?
I also feel like the school
Seems to be a
delinquents are not the
desert-like area
same
under a
as
blazing
any of
sun.
the other
Just
teams
looking at
in
it is enough to
general.
make you thirsty. Oh, her Rotom phone is ringing. Sounds like Arvin, her friend in the next grade up, needs some help. To give Arvin a hand, the trainer's headed to a rock face.
How
where a
early do
Titan
we get
lurks.
our legendaries?
This is one of the stops on the path of legend.
must be
a story
early.
where you'll seek out legendary herbs called Herba Mystica. There it is, a gigantic Titan Pokemon. Time to battle. Right off the bat, there's Icy Wind, the move our trainer taught Drifloon earlier. Icy Wind lowered the Titan Cloth's speed stat. Drifloon terastallized to become a grass type. This is Terra Blast, a new move that changes type to match the user's Terra type when the user is terastallized. It ought to be handy for a Pokemon with a Terra type different from its regular types. Looks like Cloth suddenly
ran
got somewhere
away!
else to be. Wait, what's our trainer doing now of all times?
Yeah, show me that Ferrograph.
Looks like she's taking a little break from adventuring to trade Pokemon with a friend.
No,
And over
bring it
here,
back.
Her trade partner has received Girafarig. Seems like she immediately added Girafarig to her team, and she's gonna let it run around in the field and train up for some battles.
Look at that cute little Girafarig.
Oh, could Girafarig be evolving?
Look at him.
Did its tail become its head? Or is its
Yeah.
head wearing its tail? What an unexpected evolution! Seems like
It's the
Girafarig
best.
has
Look
evolved
at
into
him.
Farigiraf. In the Paldea region's Pokédex,
I
you
want
can see
one.
photos of Pokemon as well as
Eat it.
information
What the
about them,
fuck?
so you can get to know them even better.
Look at him.
Let's
I
check
love
out
him.
the town of Artisan next. It looks like one big park. Now that the trainer's Pokemon have gotten stronger, it seems she's made her way to a gym. She's following Victory Road, the story where you'll conquer all 8 gyms to achieve champion rank.
He's a
Nimona,
chompy
the
space
battle-loving
boy.
trainer
He's
who will show
adorable.
you the ropes, is all fired up. Before you can battle a gym leader, you'll first have to pass the gym test at their
Why
gym.
is that Sunflora
Better get
operating at
started right
10?
away.
Whoa, the frames. Oh my god.
All right,
Those Pokemon
that's
are
the
moving
gym
at
test
10
passed.
FPS. I'm
Time to
sad.
battle the gym leader. Here comes Gracias, the grass-type gym leader, with a
He's
striking
gonna whip you.
entry.
Fido. Look at that little doughy puppy boy.
Whoa! Pseudo-Wudo terastallized and became a grass type.
All right, well, terrestrialize Fido into a fire type.
You gonna be okay, Fido?
Look at
How's
him.
our trainer
He's
gonna
made
handle
out of
this
little
one?
steam buns.
Aha!
That would be
She's gonna
delicious with
fight
some
back
garlic,
by
onions,
having
pepper,
her
and a
own
little
Pokemon
lemon.
terastallize.
I need Sunflora to help me work out. They look like they're very supportive and encouraging. They also like sunshine. All right, Fido turned into a flying type. That's fine.
Fido became a flying type. That should give it an edge against this grass-type Pseudo-Wudo. No matter who or what you're up against, with some smart terastallizing, you'll have nothing to fear. I can't
You say
wait to
smart
see how battles will
terastallizing like we
unfold
can do
between
much about it. They have a
terastallized Pokemon.
predetermined terastallized type.
This trainer's heading into a hair salon to spice things up. Wow, look at all these options. How are you supposed to choose? Huh, I kind of want to try that hairstyle too. And now to complete the look. Plenty to choose from here too. I feel like I could spend all day on this. And while you're trying out all sorts of styles, you can whip out the camera app and go snap, snap, snap. Looks like this trainer found the perfect
Look at that
style.
little
Line up a good
Spiritomb.
shot and snap. Now they've updated their profile picture. Looking back on photos you've taken of scenic vistas or
So I'm expecting like
memorable moments
10,000
with
times of
beloved
restart on
Pokemon
day
is
1
just
to get a
more
shiny
way
with the
to
right
enjoy
Terra
your
type. Oh,
adventure.
probably.
And now it's picnic time with Pokemon. When Pokemon have gotten dirty from a long journey, a nice scrub and shower gets them all clean. Looks like it feels nice too. Before having lunch, Pokemon can get out some energy by playing with a ball. You can just tell how much fun they're having.
Some seriously different sizes in this party.
Oh wow, could this be a Pokemon egg? Apparently, eggs can sometimes be found during picnics.
And then we eat
And
them.
now, the moment we've been waiting for, sandwich time. This trainer came prepared with plenty of ingredients they bought in town. It can be tough deciding which sandwich to make.
Hey, what's
This one
that
may be a
ham
little
made from?
overstuffed. It might not hold together.
What's that ham made from? Is that lechonk meat?
Just gotta put the bread on top and
Trainer's
finish
like,
it
yes,
off with
I
a
always
pick.
keep a few lechonks on hand just in case. You're my
Done.
emergency food.
Let's see how it tastes. Oh, looks like it's a hit with everyone.
Did you share
Eating
that one
sandwiches can give
sandwich
you benefits,
between
like
yourself
making
and like
certain types
7
of
Pokemon?
easier to catch, or making your Pokemon gain more experience points. Time for a group photo with these satisfied Pokemon. Where to go
It said
next?
ham though,
Oh, hey,
Eve.
looks
I
like
don't
more
think
of our
Evie
trainer
would
friends
give
have
you
shown
ham.
All right, they're gonna take on a Terra Raid battle. Can these trainers work together to defeat the Terra Pokemon before time runs out? Their opponent is a Chansey that's terrestrialized
Ham is any kind of
into a
butt meat,
ghost
right?
type.
Is it? I
What
thought
kind
ham
of
was
fight will the
specifically
strong,
pig.
Sparkling Chansey put up.
That is a ghost type Chansey. That's fucking terrifying.
It's really powerful. These trainers better stay determined, band together, and strike back.
Chansey's already terrifying, let alone if you give Chansey an actual type.
If your Pokemon gets knocked out in a Terra raid battle, don't worry. It can recover and rejoin the fray.
I seriously need
Hang
one of
in
those
there,
Farah
Sableye.
giraffes. I need one bad.
Along with using your Pokemon's moves, you also have the option to support your allies by cheering. It's all about teamwork.
Translated
Watch
it
how the
as
battle's
cheek,
going
so
and
honestly thought the
decide how
same
you'll
was in
handle the
English, so
fight
ham
and
is
work
any
with
butt
your
meat.
fellow
I'm pretty
trainers.
sure for English, ham
Almost there.
specifically
Keep it
is
up.
pig, pork. I could be wrong, but ham in English is specifically pork. Okay, that's what I thought.
Oh, wow! That was a beautiful Terra Raid battle victory! And with it comes the chance to catch this Terra Pokemon.
Man, some
When
of
you
these
join
trainer
forces to win
designs
your
look
battles, the bonds
evil.
between friends and Pokemon
They look like
shine
they're
even
about to
brighter.
like psychically delve into your mind and cause you to have breakdowns.
All right, that Chansey with a rare Terra type is now part of the team. So, what'd you think? While you were getting a look at these 4 trainers' journeys, did you spot a glimmer of something that could become your personal treasure? Encounters with Titan Pokemon? Face-offs with
Butt
Team
roast.
Star? Taking on gyms?
Rump is
There's
generic
plenty
butt
more to be
meat.
said about
What
all
about
these
flank?
things, of course.
Or is
What
that
you
a
just saw
specific
was
animal
only a
too? I
glimpse
don't
of
know.
The adventures awaiting you in the Paldea region. Which Pokemon will you choose? Who will you meet? What sort of exciting adventures will you have? It's all up to you. Your adventures are right around the corner. May they shine bright.
Flanker is up, outer thigh. I don't know. Clearly, I have no idea. Okay, so, you know, that it looks like Pokemon, but it looks like a pretty darn good Pokemon. I will say that I am more excited for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet than I have been for any Pokemon game since, like, Black and White, maybe. Like, it's been a hot minute. Because, like, Sun and Moon were kind of cool, but I still wasn't, like, really personally interested in them. I was like, yeah, Pokemon still here, still going. And definitely not Sword and Shield. X and Y, I guess I had some investment into. But really Sword and Shield were just like, fell off for me super, super hard. I really wasn't a big fan of just like my DS in general. I owned a DS, but I just did not play very much on it. I really enjoyed like the Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance, but when they actually moved to the DS after the SP, I fell off of the Pokemon handheld super hard. I'm not entirely sure why, but definitely wasn't my jam. I've used my Switch a lot. Man, do I use my Switch a lot. It's also why I complain so much about it, because I see how much better games could be if the Switch didn't suck hardware-wise. So... So yeah, it's so close. I imagine we'll probably still have 1 or 2 more trailers for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet as we get towards the actual release in a little over a month. But it looks really good. I will say, I realize that they're probably trying to make it as like even more kid friendly with like the changes of, oh yeah, instead of a terrorist group, the opposing faction is just the school delinquents. And I'm like, you know, I get it, but at the same time, man, does that feel bad coming from the perspective of somebody who's been around since Team Rocket. I mean, they've been calming it down quite a bit. I mean, because you had like, what were they called? Team Skull, and they were just kind of like a gang. Like they definitely weren't like the massive megalomaniac groups that are massive capitalist conglomerates that are trying to alter the world by using the power of legendary Pokemon to change time and space and control the infernos of the Eternum. They're just like, yeah, we just fuck you. And you're like, okay, all right then. So that's Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I like a lot of what we're seeing. I like I still wish that the Terrastalize was slightly different, mostly just because mechanically I like it a lot, and visually I like the crystallization effect on Pokemon, but I do find the type hat to be just a little silly looking, because they're like these big massive things, right? And they always look the same. And initially I thought they were going to look slightly different based off of the Pokemon that they're on. And I understand why they're not, because especially if every Pokemon can have every Terra type. But I do feel like they look a little goofy. So, yeah, that's Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Let me know what your thoughts are, where you're sitting on it. Are you a longtime Pokemon fan? Have you gotten into it recently? Let me hear from you. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. I forgot to change hats. Damn it. I even got a Pokemon hat. I even got a Pokemon hat out and ready and everything for this, but I forgot. That's fine. We'll change hats now. We'll change hats now. If you don't see me change hats, please try to remind me to change hats every video and change shirts every 4 videos. If you don't see me do it myself. Team Aqua, Team Magma, submerge the world, remove the oceans. Nah, I just want a criminal game that just wants to steal Pokemons. I mean, Team Rocket had all kinds of... They were a literal mafia, right? So, would love it if you could actually lose your Pokemon to them. Just have to fight them at their base to give it back. That was one of the things that was really powerful about Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Because shit like that did happen. This channel is intended for mature audiences. I say the word fuck a lot. So. You're supposed to trick the viewers with a new hat. Oh, this is recorded on a different day. I do that, Last Priest. I change hats between every video and change shirts every 4 videos, and then I mix up the order when they were posted on YouTube so that they do look like they were all recorded on at different times. I just forgot between Mario and Pokemon. Man, we talked about Mario and... Well, I realized Pokemon had a 14-minute trailer alongside a 3-minute trailer, so that one was going to be long anyway. But my goal is to get 2 reactions done between each Stream Raiders battle. We have been managing 1. We've done 2. I got 12 more to do. Look. Oh. You like this hat, Last Breeze? This is Wish. This is from fucking Wish. And like, this is actually like a netting that's layered on top of it. Like, you can move it ever so slightly because it's just layered on top of the fabric. This is plastic. Wait, is it? Yeah, this is... Pretty sure this is plastic. Yeah, this is plastic. Fuck, his family friendly. How is this family made? No, Eve. Bad. Bad. When are you going to post these videos to TikTok so you can explode in new followers? Bro, TikTok's got a 3-minute video length limit. My videos, it's rare if one is under 10 minutes. Like, the whole thing of YouTube videos need to be 10 minutes or longer so that they don't get drowned out by the algorithm. Although my understanding that's changed to 8 minutes now. They need to be 8 minutes or longer so that they don't get drowned out by the algorithm. I never have that issue. I talk a lot. It takes way longer than TikTok allows. I think you could have made a video down to 3 minutes. No, some of these trailers aren't even 3 minutes long. Like, shit. This one's 5.5 minutes. Sometimes Wish absolutely slaps, but it's a lottery. My friend and I call it the Wish lottery. Is this product going to suck? And class is like, is my order even going to arrive? I've never really, I don't think I've ever had an issue with a Wish order arriving ever. Really late sometimes, but I don't think I've ever had an issue with it arriving. With hats, the issue that I've had with hats specifically is honestly the size. I got a big ass head. Like my head is, I got a noggin, right? Like I got a watermelon for a dome, okay? And so a lot of it's a risk with Wish hats on if they're gonna fit. Like, and they always are like one size fits all because they expect you to be able to take this and adjust it to your size. And sometimes I'm putting it on the very last little notch and being like, yeah, trying to squish it down onto my head. And some of them just don't fit at all. They sit like this at their biggest size. And I'm just like, look at all these incredible people. Oh my, there's so many epics in there. Hello, everybody. All right, let's go fast. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Speaking for someone who gets costume material from them, this is 100% true. Well, like shirts, I've gotten a couple of really nice shirts from Wish, and I've gotten a couple that are just the most jank shirts you can ever imagine. Your intro is really below 3 minutes. Hey now. You're right. I've had a Wish arrive 2.5 years after I ordered. Oh, you win. You win. AliExpress is guaranteed to be delivered within 60 days. Otherwise, you get a refund. Is AliExpress as cheap as Wish, though? Because that's the thing, right? Like, I can buy, like, 10 hats off of Wish for, like, $50. And if 3 of them don't fit, I'm just like, whatever, right? Like, that's the price of 1 hat from fucking Lids. So it's not, like, it's such a low-risk gamble on Wish. 200 gold that can be used for 1,669 channel points, or a monk that can be used for 420 channel points. Most kills go into Rebe, followed by Rayback, tied with Athena Latina. Most assists go into Judge Betty, followed by Bizarro Shoshibi. USA shirt size for me, large. Wish size, 4XL. Same, yeah, big true. I don't care what it says about sizing. The measurement is all that matters. As long as they give you a measurement guide for their sizing. Because there's some that you're like that they don't, like, in the pictures they don't give you the size to measurement like chart, and if they don't, you're like, I don't know, I'm just not gonna buy it off of you, Wish, because I can't measure myself and tell you what size I need. I don't trust you. AliExpress and Wish trade blows on price, depends on the item. I'll have to look into AliExpress then for some hats. For some snapbacks, see what they got. Eve is in Norway, Last Breeze, which doesn't surprise me. Norway's got laws for everything, and it's mostly for the better. Athena with the gold, Jay Rudro with the monks, Conzio Kumpel with the other monk. All right. Now it's time for the boys. Do we have any? We have some colossi that we can get into. Okay, what do I need? I need assists from buffing and assists from healing. Well, okay. Just casually go and get that. Don't you mind me. Try the paladin first. We're gonna put some units up here. We need a couple, we need a handful of ranged units back here. And what is this one? Flying, so we need some rogues. And some rogues back there. Go get into those, hopefully. And then we got a melee and rogues, so we need some melee and some stabbers in the back to try and get into those. And the main force will crash against the boss itself. All right, place units, everybody. 3 minutes into Dragon Quest 8. I already know I'm gonna love it. I've heard it's a great game. That was the Dragon Quest that was on PlayStation 2, right? It was one of the first ones that was like really like a thing here. I remember wanting to play it really bad, but I only owned a GameCube at the time. All right, everybody. Get into another one. Drop it if you're a subscriber. Drop in your YouTube swans. Otherwise, if you're a follower, you got some follow emotes. There's also BTTV emotes. There's lots of options in there. Just put in a little, put in a colon and type the swan in, and they should all pop up. Put in your high swans, your re swans, your pride swans, your joy swans, whatever fits best for you. Your cry swans, your judge swans, whatever fits best for you. You're welcome to use whatever you like. All right. Your dead swans, as Real has went for. Okay, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out A Plague Tale Requiem. We already checked this out before, but its release approaches, and they have put out several new trailers in the time since we did the previous reaction for A Plague Tale, and so we can take one last look at what A Plague Tale Requiem might have in store. Some small background. One, I did play A Plague Tale Innocence very, very recently in the last like 3 months or so, and I genuinely loved it. I thought it was a really great game. It was a really cool experience, a cool setting, a cool presentation. I really enjoyed it a lot. And I was very excited because they have a sequel coming for it, right? And we checked out A Plague Tale Requiem, and it's, you know, the sequel, it's the continuation, it's the next step in their story, in their journey, and that's on its own is cool and exciting, and I like that. The one thing that we had a problem with was that they added Witcher sense into it. You've seen it in a lot of games where you hit a button and a pulse flows out from your character and it marks every object, interactable enemy, etc. within a set distance around your character. That was a really major blow for me. They do at least have a reason for it in terms of that it is rat vision, of that using the vision of being able to connect with the rats allows you to have this sight that extends beyond the normal human realm of vision. But it's still just, it so often feels like lazy game design in my opinion, but we'll leave that be. We're going to take a look at what else they've released at this point in time. And so we have 3 trailers. We have the gameplay overview trailer, the alchemy trailer, and then the story trailer. And those all released in September. We haven't had really any other media come out for it. I imagine shortly after this video goes out, we'll end up with a launch trailer. But most of the time, launch trailers don't have a whole lot extra. And it's starting to get too close for us to try to wait for that. And sometimes launch trailers release on the day of the actual game itself. So let's get into this. I don't mind the echo going out. I hate when they distort the screen, however, or put the filter on it. That's fair too. When it makes everything look gamey, everything's got like a digitized look to it. Hi, Amicia. How are you?
I knew it. I knew it. All right.
She looks like she's doing great.
Far across the sea, an island calls.
Nothing ever stays nice. It always turns bad.
Things aren't always nice. You can change them.
How?
The way we always do.
By killing people. Wait.
We fight.
Well, all right.
How far will you go to save the ones you love? A Plague Tale Requiem picks up a few months after the end of Innocence, right around the first days of summer. Amicia and Hugo are headed south, along with their mother Beatrice and the young alchemist Lucas, reaching places still spared by the devouring plague,
Oh, there's Lucas.
the raging wars, and the rabid rats
We didn't
that are
see him
running
in the other
rampant
trailers.
in the north.
Is that a fair?
Beneath the warm sun of
The
14th
faces have been
century
upgraded
Provence,
quite a bit.
the Daroons are almost able to enjoy a normal life.
You're great!
But for a recurrent dream that Hugo has been having of a mysterious island that calls him.
These look like teeth. It's a 2-teeth island.
come nobody noticed their disappearance?
Maybe nobody cares.
Maybe.
One day, the macular illness that's been dormant inside Hugo awakens, and the dreaded living nightmare begins again.
Woo!
In the wake, Amicia finds herself with no other choice but to trust her brother's dreams and head further south towards the elusive island before he's consumed by the
Looks like they got a budget this time.
affliction.
Yeah.
The bite.
I mean, Plague Tale Innocence did really well, both critically and in terms of sales.
It's starting all over again.
Like this narration tone? Me too. It sounds like they're actually trying to like have a presentation
Her
beyond
mind
somebody
is
reading
made
a
up.
script.
She will find a cure.
It looks
in what
very pretty,
dreams
Athena.
and prophecy may hold.
Get used to it.
With almost no one they can trust,
This is your life now.
Amicia and Hugo must traverse land and water as restless forces stand against them.
Amicia, you all right?
After the events of last winter, Amicia is hardened, experienced, and when backed against the wall, can be surprisingly resourceful. With several new tricks up her sleeve, she is now able to freely choose between striking from the shadows or unleashing hell with a variety of equipment and tools.
Some really
Hugo
cool looking fire
wants
effects.
more than ever to help his big sister and not hinder their progress.
We need to leave or we'll doom everything.
The macula within him is a double-edged sword that has deepened his connection with the rats.
The rats. They can feel people's blood. Now I can too.
This powerful ability can decimate entire squads of soldiers, but takes a severe toll on Hugo.
The fact that you can control the rats now is terrifying.
What's wrong?
Thankfully, their journey brings not only hardship, but also unexpected
Hey Fender, thank you for the
friends.
lurk.
These colorful characters help the Darunes carry their terrible burden,
It's not my first time.
while offering unique skills and resources to bring them closer to their elusive
That bitch
goal.
just light a fire with a prism from just good job.
For Amicia and Hugo, the road ahead will test the limits of what they can endure on all levels, and just how far they're willing to go. Reaching the island is only the first step to truly understanding the terrible affliction that's stricken their family. As the lines between reality, fantasy, and fate dissolve, keeping it together and finding the cure to save Hugo will be nothing short of a miracle. But Amicia has hope, and hope is the last thing lost.
Others are burned in it.
If you kill, be ready to be killed.
A Plague
Well, that
Tale
was sick.
Requiem releases October 18th on Xbox Series.
Also, yeah, whoever did that narration for that, you need to hire them to do more people. Or whoever directed that, you need to hire them to do more trailers, because that was such a good overview trailer because the narrator was so I just want to say good. Like, it's just because they were so good. It had such a good presentation to it. Because so many of these trailers that we watch, not specifically for a Plague Tale, but in general, the person is just like, you are able to do this, and that will allow you to take out your enemies, and then you will be able to proceed forward with the journey that has been laid out before you. Like, it's just like so empty, right? It's so lifeless, some of the narration that goes into some of these trailers when they decide to add them, and that felt theatrical, to where the narration for the trailer, even though they're explaining gameplay mechanics, were immersive. So do that more, please.
Damn. What was that? I broke a knife, but it was worth it.
Where's that nightshade?
Watch your ass.
I can see close.
The resolution of this trailer definitely is a step down from the one we just watched. very, very, like, they're bringing back a lot of the mechanics. The only real new mechanic that we've seen so far is really the crossbow and the takedown attacks, I guess. Okay, there wasn't a whole lot in that one. So now this is the story trailer, although I don't feel like we need a story trailer with that gameplay overview trailer. But whatever, we'll play it anyway.
He's right behind him, Amicia. He's going to catch us. Keep running!
Bloody brambles.
This is your tower. It's evil.
You're going too fast for me.
Please, Mother said to try to exhaust him.
Of course, from now on, we need to isolate him.
You want to lock him away?
Do you know what your brother is capable of?
Hugo is condemned.
The last threshold means the death of the carrier.
It's starting all over again.
Not starting. Spreading. Hugo.
Hugo, my brother needs your help, and the rats are already there.
Control your flame, Protector. Others are burned in it.
The island. It's where I must go. It's where I will be fixed, Amicia.
I will do what's good for you. I will. I'm not ready for this.
No one could be ready for this.
Man, when rats explode out of the ground like a torrent, like it looks like a
I
geyser.
know where your island is. Keep me alive until we get there.
By the way, this land is under the Count's law. Be nice.
Feel free to enjoy Lacuna. Brighter days are the best time for it.
Fuck it. I don't need you.
What is wrong with me? You'll end up wanting to kill me too.
What happened?
It's the rats.
This world hurts. And it keeps hurting. And you want to hurt it back. But it's a fight you cannot win, Amicia.
They must die! They are dead!
Who do you think you are to defy me?
Hey, she's got a sword right there, Eve. It was a big one. Also, dang, hang on, I was talking. I want to hear that one more time.
Who do you think you are to defy me?
I'm Amicia Daroon.
That was a really well-delivered line. That was a strong line. I'm going to play it one more time.
Who do you think you are to defy me?
I'm Amicia Daroon.
Yeah, that was good. See, she uses it once. I mean, probably, at least in this particular fight, right? I bet you get to use it in that specific circumstance. How much that circumstance ends up being is, you know, of course, a different question to be had. But, yeah. So, with that said, that's a Plague Tale Requiem. It looks really good. I still am not super into the rat vision, but the rat mechanic is terrifying. Yes, it really is. Because they were already scary before, but there was very little circumstances where they weren't such a defined and controlled element in the first game. There was only a couple of scenes in the first game where you are actively running from the rats, because after those points, then it is a matter of the rats being part of the puzzle type scenario that the game is built around, right? Because the game is definitely a stealth game where you're trying to navigate essentially a course that is made up of rats and soldiers and enemies and obstacles. And once you find your way through that, then that's just how you progress the game. But the rats in Requiem are different. One, because now they're a significantly larger tool. You were able to use them to remove soldiers out of your way in the first game by extinguishing the light that was keeping them safe or guiding them around or anything like that. But and very, very late in the game, you get the ability to somewhat command them to go to a particular location, whether by using an item or by using Hugo. But now you can control the horde, right? You're not just controlling a group of like 100 or so. You're controlling the mass, the We Are Legion group, and it's very. The scale of everything has gotten larger, which, I mean, we talked about how it definitely looks like they've got more of a budget this time, which makes sense, given, like we said, how successful the first game was. They are given more money to do it bigger, better, faster, stronger into the first sequel, and it definitely shows in a lot of ways across these trailers that they were able to take everything that they had really built on a foundation in A Plague Tale Innocence and raise it up even higher when they went into Requiem. And I think that they're doing a very good job of presenting that. I'm really glad that with a lot of these trailers, they didn't put a lot of emphasis on the rat vision. Because like I said, every time I see it, it just kind of makes me just groan a little bit. And instead they showed a lot of gameplay not relying on the rat vision. And I like that because I don't want it to feel like something that I have to use. If it's a useful tool for if you are getting lost or confused, that's cool, but I don't want it to feel like something that they are just using as an easy button to allow to not have to think about a larger depth of level construction and things like that, of that, oh well, we don't need to worry about it because they can just use rat vision, right? Reminds me about some of the best cinematic scenes in Kingdom Hearts where Heartless and Shadows form giant waves like that and fight you. Yeah, it's scary as hell, right? The other thing is that I'm really curious of the overall, not the message, but and not even just the tone, but the where this leads in terms of the story, because A Plague Tale: Innocence is definitely the start of Amicia and Hugo's journey, and the name is important in that the word innocence is something that is such a large undertone to the entirety of the first game, and it's never explicitly pointed at in the first game, but it is about the trying to protect and ultimately the loss of innocence, both for Amicia and Hugo, as the course and story of their life and the path that they are forced to go down causes them both in their own ways and in different ways to lose their innocence entirely. We watch Amicia go from being this, like, you know, this essentially this rich daughter who's just wanting to live her life and believe that she's going to become a knight, to trying to protect her brother, to learn to care for her brother, and trying to going from a person who doesn't want to hurt people to becoming a person that will do whatever means necessary to protect the people that she cares about. And that includes murdering a very significant number of people without hesitation or without a recognition for that loss. Like when you do things early on in A Plague Tale: Innocence, and if you make the actions that lead to like a soldier dying, Amicia early in the game will see that as tragic. She will be mortified by it, horrified by it. She will sound scared by it. And by the end of the game, that is gone. She is no longer fazed by seeing somebody be devoured by a bunch of rats or being the reason that somebody got devoured by a bunch of rats. Hugo, in the very beginning of the game, is so... I mean, he is a child, but childish is the first word that came to mind. He is so childish and so young and so naive. And by the end of the game, that is very lost. He's still a kid, but seeing the things that he saw and going through the things that he saw and being experimented on and stuff like that completely stole a lot of his innocence away from him, to the point where he is now a kid that is dealing with an immense amount of trauma at an age where he can't process it. And so that was the journey and the tone of that first game. And now you have these characters that, while they're still together, they are very broken and very changed, and their journey isn't over yet. And I don't believe that this game will actually be the end. I think there's actually probably going to be a third game, and we're going to see the third game is probably going to be even darker, because part of me believes that Amicia is going to, in the interest of protecting the one she cares about and the interest of trying to help and save her brother, is going to continue down a path of darkness, and be more willing to commit larger atrocities in the interest of trying to save her brother. And I don't think that we'll see the conclusion of these two story by the end of this, by the end of A Plague Tale: Requiem. So, thoughts, since it's called Requiem? We looked it up last time. But Requiem meant what exactly? Requiem, a musical composition setting parts for a Requiem mass of a similar character, an act or a token of remembrance. And so, you know, I feel like part of this, like, we're going, if they're following the 3-act structure, right? If we're following the 3-act structure, which is such a beloved structure to do. I mean, we look at the original trilogy of Star Wars movies as one of the most definitive examples of the 3-act structure. Of you have the strong start, the uprise, the growth of the characters. The second entry, the second act will end with the characters at their lowest. And so what we will as just like a guess, we will see loss in this. Like, we thought we might see Lucas die. We might see their mother die. We might see, like, we can already tell that things are going to be very, very bad. And it's not because there's just a plague. It's because of some of these characters' actions. There's a scene in these trailers where Hugo is losing it, and I don't mean like he's losing it to the blood curse that exists with him, but he is guiding the rats and like trying to tell them to kill something, and Amicia says they're already dead. And so he is becoming more unhinged, and so is Amicia becoming more unhinged. So I think that this game might end in not a happy-go-lucky way, to the point where, like, Hugo is lost to a form, like, both of them end up being lost to a form of madness in one way or another. Maybe Hugo succumbs to the blood curse. Maybe Amicia just turns into a fucking Sith Lord, essentially, and goes off the fucking chains, killing people. And the third game will be them having to recover from that and be brought back from that in one way or another. I could see Amicia becoming evil, and then the third game starts out as Hugo trying to go save his sister and bring his sister back, or vice versa, of that Hugo descends completely into madness, and then the third game is Amicia trying to continuously, still the theme of trying to save her brother. But there's a lot of guesses that could go out there, but I don't see this ending happily, unless it is only 2 games. If it's 3, that's what I'm looking at and speaking on as the prediction. If it's 2, then obviously this will have to have an ending of some sort. Still doesn't have to have a happy ending, but I believe that the ultimate end for these characters, at the very least, will be bittersweet, if not happy in some aspect. Calling it now, this or the next one, Hugo kills his sister. I don't believe so. It's not Hugo's story. It's Amicia's story. Like, Hugo is the catalyst for Amicia's story. But unless they want to change it into being Hugo's story, I don't think that will happen. Because he is the reason that the story happens, but the focus is on Amicia. Honestly hope they abandon her as the main character with the growth of the smaller brother as to it's a main character. Without a significant time skip, I don't see it happening, right? Because he was like 6 or 8 or something in the first game, very young. And so I don't believe that they will, with the tone of this game, have an entire game focused as you playing as a 10-year-old with this theme and setting. If they time skip hard from games 2 to 3 to where we're seeing him go from 8 to 18, then maybe, but it's still definitely a maybe. And that's also part of the reason why I say the story is Amicia's. Tell me, how old is the Synergy RPG hero? But yeah, so without some sort of time change, or unless, like, if they wanted to get really mystical, like the blood curse aged him or something, but I really hope they don't do that, because this is a game that, while it has fantastical and mystical elements in it, still feels very grounded, right? Like, there are this swarm of rats that are perpetrating the plague, and Hugo has some sort of ancient demon blood curse that is connected to the rats, and he's able to control them. But that's kind of as far as the mysticism of it goes as a whole, right? There was some crazy magic shit at the very end of A Plague Tale: Innocence, but ultimately it still was grounded, and I hope that they don't stray from that. But so that's A Plague Tale: Requiem. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. If you played the first game, how are you feeling going into this one? I don't know. I don't really feel at this point like they haven't pitched this in a way to where they're like, you could just jump right into this game. It definitely feels like they want you to have played A Plague Tale: Innocence before you go into Requiem. They might have some sort of catch up mechanic or like a story thing at the beginning. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But it definitely feels like they want you to have played the first game. If you haven't played the first game and you're still watching, one, sorry for spoiling a whole bunch of shit. But two, let me know what your thoughts are and how this game is sitting for you. Again, thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up that conversation elsewhere, though, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. All right. How long was that? Long as fuck. Oh, God. Someone tell me to shut up. What are these? A Gundam pilot. Thank you, Athena. That was under 3 minutes for sure. I don't even need to check. Yep, I believe you. I'll take your word for it. You know. I feel like you missed a number there. It was under 30 minutes. Your finger missed the 0. Pet the mouse. Coming soon, 30-minute TikToks. I don't know if they'll ever get to that, because TikTok and YouTube are fundamentally different platforms. So yeah, I know that they're experimenting with longer term videos and they're experimenting with lives and stuff like that, and there's definitely options within those spaces, but YouTube and TikTok are just so different. Bring back Vine. I miss Vine. I love Vine. Okay, and while this battle is running, I'm going to run upstairs. Do I want more coffee or do I just want a monster? I don't know. We'll see. Monster because there's no coffee. Okay. What about a monster brewed coffee? No. I'm going to give this group speed so they can get up into these colossi, because I don't think this group needs anything. And this group, these enemies are farther away, so they might be able to get into these colossi in time. Or I can make a new one. I mean, have you had coffee yet, Athena? I don't know. I mean, I can always get a monster, then more coffee later or something, you know. Or... yeah, I don't know. But I'm going to start this battle, and I'm going to go upstairs real quick. I'll be right back. We have decided on a monster. The monster has been retrieved. All right, let's open the box. Inside the box, there are 1 gladiator, 1 berserker, and 50 gold, any of which can be yours for 420 channel points. My eye itches. Well, my eyebrow itches. Work with me here, monster. Thank you. Monster good. Fender would like the gladiator. Reasonable. Going random on the berserker and the gold. Athena with the berserker. Dregs TV with the gold. Dregs TV. I think I saw Dregs TV in the Nitro Racing preview that Captain TV was doing at TwitchCon. I feel like I saw their name during one of the races. We have a loyalty scrolls chest down here, but no other loyalty chest. We have a loyalty gold chest up here, so we're going to go up there. Yeah, it was just, they were in like first or third place, so while Thomas was shoutcasting, Dregs TV was in one of the pole positions. Which is the reason that, like, I could be wrong. It could have been something similar, but it feels close. He only got 1 assist from that. Damn it. Assists are so impossible. Give me a Centurion. Maybe a Centurion will do a better job of some buffs. Especially if I can get like some defensive units up in the front here that I could apply those buffs to. Need to put a couple of rogues. We need some armored units down here. And we need some rogues over here. Try and draw attention to these. Place your units, everybody. Is it the same concept of the other racer games? I'll have to watch it. I missed that post. It wasn't a post. It was just during the live stream, Athena, when we were playing Nitro Racing. Just while Thomas was shoutcasting, I'm pretty sure one of the races, Dregs TV, was in the lead. It wasn't a special post or anything like that, so. And the only reason I even thought of it was because they got the random reward in our battle just now. Yes, Eve, it is very, very similar to Stream Racers. But it looks so much better. Like, it looks so much better. Like, it really does look like they just took a good art direction and applied it to Stream Racers, because Stream Racers to me oftentimes looks like a fucking Roblox alpha development looking ass thing. And then they also have there isn't the commands the way there are for Stream Racers. They want to add them at some point. It's not hard to look better than Stream Racers, you're right. But it does look very good, and like I like their visual style a lot. And they don't have like the boost commands or the bombs or anything like that yet. They said that they have commands and ideas of how to change things up that they want to do. The only things they have right now is there's 2 game modes essentially. There's a standard race, and then there is also a standard race, but your character has balloons on the back, Mario Kart style. And if you can get your balloons knocked off of you, and if you get all your balloons knocked off, then you're just out of the race. But that's the only 2 things that they have so far. Yeah, but it looks really good. I like a lot of what they're doing with it and a lot of what they talked about with it. I did see that video, Eve, and I skipped this part. Because we had already done a reaction to Asterigos before, but they didn't have a couple of the things we're about to watch out for it yet. They only had 1 trailer, and that was back when we were only doing 1 trailer reactions instead of these kind of compilation style reactions. So I skipped that part of Iron Pineapple's video because I knew that I wanted to check this out myself. And I do know that it has the demo available. Is this a reasonable design for a sword? Like, this looks cool, right? The way that it like twists and shit like that. But outside of looking cool, does this have any actual reason for the design to be that way? Like, this is a Roman style sword, right? Because it doesn't actually have a significant crossguard. But the twists outside of flourish, it's reasonable for art. I'll accept that, but I wanted to know if it had any function. Okay. All right. Drop in your YouTube swans, your high swans, your heart swans, your love swans, your sad swans, your cry swans, your pride swans, your dead swans, your re-swans, whatever the fuck you like. Drop it in there. It makes your enemy pause to look at your cool sword. Function of I will accept that. I will accept that as the reason for it. Drop in your lurk swans. There you go. Oh my God, Athena. Where did you get those? Are napalms? Damn it, Napalm. You're fucking excellent. Oh God, I appreciate Napalm immensely. Oh my God, those are great. Those are fantastic. Okay. Bam, bam, boom. I want to play Fortnite now. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are taking another look at Asterigos Curse of the Stars. We did an initial reaction to this some months ago, but there just wasn't a whole lot of media out for it. But as you can see right now, this game releases within the next 40 hours. So this game is very, very close to release. It actually has a playable demo that's part of the Steam Next Fest. So there are even ways already now to be able to play this game yourself if you're interested in doing so. And this game is definitely taking from the Soulsian Souls-like genre of video games while trying to take their own spin on it. There was a lot of things we saw in that first trailer that were just really cool looking, right? Like they had this nice art direction to it where that has this really cool style. It's not hyper realistic, but it's got this level of appreciation to it. And they were trying to do some things with weapon mechanics and weapon abilities that were just kind of trying to be their own thing with it. I wanted to take another look at it, especially since it releases so soon. And I really like the Soulsian genre of video games. While Dark Souls itself has pretty much bounced off of me at like I'm a freaking cement wall and it's made of rubber, the rest of the games in the genre I've enjoyed a lot. Neo is still one of my favorite games within the genre. Neo 2 was good but too long. And I've also really found a lot of enjoyment in games that are the Soulsian genre that are smaller productions, that aren't made by these big massive studios with huge budgets. One of the most recent of which was Timesia. I absolutely loved that game. Steel Rising came out recently from Spiders. They're a little bit bigger, but not huge still. Outside of the performance issues that game had, because, oh my God, fucking fix it. Your game runs like trash. That game was really cool. I liked a lot of what it was doing. The style, the mechanics and stuff in it were really cool. And so when you see these smaller groups, these smaller studios trying to build something within the Soulsian space, you get new things and new ideas that are just fun, and they're doing fun things with them. So this is Asterigos. We're going to take another look at it. We have the gameplay trailer from back in April, and then the gameplay overview that just happened like a week ago. So we'll start with that gameplay trailer, and then we'll get a proper overview of it. Fix it, but it's cool. Exactly, yeah. Fix it because I want to enjoy your game.
Curiosity drives us forward, leading us to explore the known and challenge the unknown.
This is fine.
Yet it also makes us forget our limits An attempt to control that which should never be touched.
That was cool as shit looking. Why would you stand there? Oh my god.
The righteous path is always fraught with danger. The curse of Aphis has proven this. And none of us should repeat the same mistake.
Fighting the birds going well. Pumbaa! Pumbaa, what are you doing here? They're showing off a decent number of bosses. That was a good trailer. That was good. All right, let's get into the gameplay overview, though.
On PC.
Rated T for teen.
Hakuna Matata, bitch. Also, as a note, this is this developer's very first game. This development studio, Acme Studios or whatever it just said. I checked before this video. Very first game for them.
An action RPG inspired by Greek and Roman mythologies. Play as Hilda, a young warrior of the Northwind Legion who is trying to find her father in the lost city of Athens. It is time to learn more about the gameplay features you will encounter in Asterigos' Curse of the Stars. The game takes place in the legendary city of Athens. Favored with divine grace of the gods, it's set at the financial and political apex of the entire world, only to crumble in one night due to a single curse.
Yeah.
Athens has seen many adventurers like you over the
Tragic.
1,000 years, so beware of the danger lurking within the city walls, or you'll meet a similar fate. Hilda's training in the Northwind Legion allows her to simultaneously wield 2 of the 6 weapons she has mastered. Seamlessly switching between weapons in combat creates a unique chain of attack and defensive moves.
That was a very fast switch.
Players can experiment with different combinations of weapons to find the moveset that fits their fighting style or is tailored to a particular enemy type. Some inhabitants of the shelter will be able to help you improve your weapons and gear if you can provide them with the materials needed for the work. The 6 base weapons available to Hilda are a sword and shield, daggers, a spear, a hammer, enchanted bracelets, and a magic staff. Each weapon and combination of weapons changes combat vastly. On top of that, Hilda possesses the ability to bestow her weapons with great elemental powers. Use magic, fire, frost, or electricity to vanquish your foes. Or you can also traverse locked paths to new lands, shortcuts, and secret areas hidden away. Players start their journey with the ability to power their weapons with magic. The other elements will be discovered as the events of Asterigos unfold. Be warned, weapon and element combinations have the potential to turn any battle in your favor, or if you're not suited to that playstyle, provide a great advantage to foes. The world of Asterigos is inhabited by many dire beasts and creatures that stand in your path. Mighty minotaurs, armored lions, fire dogs, deadly scorpions, and cultists that can turn into werewolves, to name a few of the foes plotting your demise. The real challenge begins when you encounter one of Asterigos' bosses.
She strung those 2 enemies together, made them kiss, and they exploded.
That stand in the way of you and your destiny. Defeating your enemies will grant you experience, and once you level up, you will receive attribute and talent points. Attributes control your passive bonuses to health and arcane points, as well as raw attack damage.
I realize that she has quite the considerable accent, but I'm hearing new words, old words pronounced new ways for the first time, and they're enjoyable.
Allowing you to hone in your fleet footwork and learn artful fighting moves. With the horrors you will encounter, mastering combat is essential to your survival. Hilda's goal in Asterigos is to reunite with her father and his troops. However, as the story unfolds, she becomes focused in uncovering the truth behind the city's curse and why the once great Aphis is falling to wreck and ruin. The world
Evil.
of Asterigos is rich and full. There is more to do than slay hordes of enemies. Gather hundreds of collectibles to uncover deeper secrets of the city of Aphis whilst you explore the world. Be warned, tread with caution when necessary. The choices you make here have consequences and can affect the outcome of your adventure. The bravest warriors can complete challenges and forge their destiny with an iron will in the new Game Plus mode. Will you rise to the challenge and take on the cursed city of Aphis? Are you the hero the stars foretold of? The one who will uncover the darkest secrets, defeat formidable foes, and decide the fate of the city and its people? Asterigos Curse of the Stars will be available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation on the 11th of October.
Yeah, very, very soon is what they're trying to say. Evil ruining everything. Why does this remind me of Fable? Visual style, maybe? And speaking of the visual style, one thing that I'm really happy about with modern games, especially, and we're seeing this a lot with indie games, more than AAA games for sure. Like, and not just indie, but even like AA style games as well. Of that, it is no longer about trying to make a game as like hyper realistic as possible, right? We're no longer, some are of course, but we're not trying to just make a game look as close to real life. We're not trying to do photorealism or anything like that. We're just looking like, we're looking for games that, we're seeing games that are going with a visual style and just trying to make that style look as good as possible. Like, we just got done playing a game called Solstice, and Solstice is not going at all for a hyper-realistic visual style whatsoever, but the game looks incredible, and it's because they picked an art direction, they stuck to it, and then they focused on how good they could make a game, how good they could make the game look within that art style, right? They're like, well, let's really, really push making our art direction just feel strong for itself. And there's a lot of things that I'm seeing similarly with Asterigos here, right? Where it's definitely meant to have, like, I don't want to say Pixar because that's not the right verb in terms of like what it looks like, but they picked an art style and they just tried to really expand out from that art direction and push it forward, and you can see where there's still quality that exists within there, because like Hilda's hair has a lot of really nice looking movement in it, in cutscenes and in combat and stuff, to where you can tell that they've taken the time to make the animations feel good and look good, and it all still exists within this really cohesive sphere that is the art direction that they chose. Does it look like, you know, super impressive high-res 4K textures to where you're getting ray-traced reflections in their eyeballs and the individual pores of their skin? No, but it still looks good. And I'm just like that we're seeing more games being willing to take that approach and not feeling like really rough projects, right? Like it doesn't feel like they went with that art direction because they didn't have the time, money, people, resources to be able to do something more higher end. They just found an art direction that they like and pushed forward with it. So looks like a Game Pass possibility. If it was going to be on Game Pass, unless they shadow dropped it, it hasn't come up in that way. Only if it's stealth drop like Tunic. Yeah, exactly. It's very Immortal Phoenix Rising. Yeah, it is. But that's also another good example of picking an art direction, pushing it forward, and doing something well with it. You can be visually stunning without being realistic. Exactly. Yeah. And I'm glad that more studios are feeling more confident in trying to do that. Because if you're going to try to be realistic, there is a hurdle that you have to overcome in there that can be very, very difficult, and it's faces. Like faces are still the like that uncanny valley thing, and it's really the eyes. Like you can have a really visually good looking game. We'll take a game like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order or Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, where it's like the characters, the world, this all looks great, and then they got the most dead, lifeless eyes, and you're like, okay, well that just pulled me out of it, you know. And it's not that you can't go that direction if you want, but you can't, you have to go that direction. You can't only give it 80%. It has to be 100%. And in this case, where you're taking a more stylized approach like Asterigos did, or Solstice did, or Immortal Phoenix Rising, you get this really, really great experience that never feels broken up by it betraying its own art direction. In terms of the gameplay, though, Asterigos, so let's bring it back to that real quick. That looks cool. This is a game that I'd really love to play, and I hope that I can find a spot for it at some point in my schedule. I can't imagine it's super long, and it looks like a good time that fits within a genre that I enjoy a lot without trying too hard. And it's not that they didn't put work in; it's that they're just not trying to beat out the things that are larger than them. They're just trying to be their own thing, and I think that I feel like that is communicated well, and it's appealing to know that they just made a game that they wanted to make without feeling like they needed to look at Elden Ring and see how they could to size up against the Goliath, and instead just be a David that's on their own journey, because Goliath is way the hell over there and they don't have to care, right? So that's Asterigos Curse of the Stars. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on it. If you've played it, since they did have it available during the Steam Next Fest, and it has a demo that was available, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on it. I know that a lot of people have been trying it out recently, and like the game is basically out. So let me know what your thoughts ended up being on Asterigos, or are, if you're interested in it. Obviously, unless the shadow drops, it's not going to be on Game Pass, which means that you're going to have to purchase it. I do have...
Xbox and PlayStation on the 11th.
How dare you? I do have the Steam page open, but I don't think... Okay, it's $35 is the actual release price, which I feel is pretty reasonable. 35 is such an interesting amount. I don't feel like you see games with a... Like, $25 because it's like such a... You know, 25, 50, 75, 100 feels like a more normal amount, but 30 feels normal and 40 feels normal because they're derivatives of 10, but 35 feels odd. Not saying it's not worth that price. I'm just commenting strictly on that price point feels just awkward. Not just my brain doesn't like it. Not because I think it's too much, just because it's like, Anyway, so $35, it could be definitely something that I will consider. I probably won't be getting it day one because it's not in my schedule, but I'll be looking to see how long the game is, and then we'll see where it ends up slotting for me personally. What are your thoughts, though? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Leave if you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere. Two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. I think it is actually time to change shirts. It is time to change shirts. It is time. We're back. Okay, the battle is in like 7 minutes, a little over 7 minutes, but we're going to go ahead and do another one because I don't expect this one to take as long. Can you make sure there's water in the cauldron behind you? I will after this video. Because I want to get this video recorded so that, and then try and get this one knocked out because I know that this one will be shorter. But I want to try and keep an eye on the time. Fire hazards? Is it a fire hazard? Does it have water in it? All right, drop in your YouTube swans. I'd imagine it just wouldn't run if it doesn't have water in it, but alas. All right, here we go. YouTube swans, high swans, lurk swans, re-swans, dead swans, whatever your swan of choice. Here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel. There's more reaction content for you, and today we are looking at Dragon Ball The Breakers. Now, we've looked at Dragon Ball The Breakers before, but the problem is that it's never been impressive, and I don't expect it to be impressive this time either, okay? Dragon Ball The Breakers, if this is your first time being introduced to it, is an asymmetrical PvP style game where one player plays as one of the villains from the Dragon Ball franchise, such as Cell or Frieza or Majin Buu, and your goal is to try to destroy all of the survivors, which the survivors are not people like Goku or Vegeta or Piccolo or anything like that. You are playing as like a regular citizen, right? Or Yamcha. There's a guy that looks a lot like Yamcha, but he's not Yamcha. And it's like a 1v6 style game, and the goal is, or is it 1v7? I think it might be 1v7. But anyway, the goal of the survivors is to try and get all of these items together to fix a time machine so that you can prevent that villain from ever showing up in the first place. Which, as a concept, that's fine. Two issues, though. The game, when we looked at it before, looked like trash. Like, it did not look very good at all. And two, with games that are like this, asymmetrical PvP games, looking at games like the biggest and largest and most successful, which is definitely Dead by Daylight, but you also have like Friday the 13th, you have Predator Hunting Grounds, you had Evolve, and the problem that exists so often within these games is an imbalance in the player base. You will have not enough killers, not enough survivors, long queue times, an imbalance between one over the other, and I feel like with one person being the villain and you having 6 or 7 people that are being the villagers, you're going to have such a massive problem with matches in this game. But let's take another look at this and see if there's anything else in here. We have 2 trailers. We have the release date trailer, which is very, very soon. And then we have the Majin Buu and the Farmer Reveal trailer. So let's see if it's gotten any better in the time since.
Peggy 12.
This is not the game. This is a cinematic, which is unfortunate because this looks pretty nice. There are items you can get that will turn you into the heroes for a short amount of time. And yes, you can collect the Dragon Balls. But the Dragon Balls do not spell victory, as just a note. A big bonus for you, but not a victory. See, like, if the game looked like this, it would look really good. But then it looks like this. It still looks unfinished. It does. It really does. October 14th. So like it's not gonna get better, right? Like that's from July. We'll play this September trailer for Majin Buu and the Farmer, but this releases in just a few days.
Peggy 12.
And like the thing is, like this is Majin Buu and the Farmer, right? The Farmer from the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. Like they have such potential to just tap into shit like this, right? Be like, I want to play the Farmer that fucking Raditz kicked the shit out of at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, right? That sounds great, but it's not gonna be great because of what this is. The footage shown is under development. And the unfortunate thing is like conceptually, this game is sick. On paper, the concept of what you're selling me is awesome, but it looks like you need like a year or two to be able to make this game that is into something that might have a chance of being successful. Man, it still looks so bad. And that's unfortunate because there's so much potential here. And I feel like this is just going to come out and just be just like a sad release, right? Like you're going to have 5,000 people that try it on release date, and then it's going to drop down to like 100, 200 people, and then it'll be. I would not be surprised if this game's servers were shut down in 2023, unless the trailers are just bad and the gameplay is actually good. But we've seen some extended gameplay, and it didn't look as good as I feel like it could have or should have, and so I just see this game just being so dead on arrival, which is unfortunate. Because I feel like it didn't have to be. Like spending some more time making the game look better and just like run smoother too, because like it looks clunky in your own trailers. And you know, maybe this is because the developers are being pushed by the publishers to get something out sooner or whatever, but all that does is lead to disappointment more often than not. So there's full gameplay from people who have tested. Yeah, I've seen some of it. We watched a decent hunk of larger gameplay during the last reaction, and it was just like, man. And back then we were like, you know, it's still an early build. A lot of optimization and polish happens right before a game's release, but it doesn't look like that's happening. So that's Dragon Ball The Breakers. If you have dived into it in terms of taking a closer look, I'd love to hear from you what your thoughts are. Am I wrong? Do you feel differently? Do you feel like this game has a future? If you do believe that, Why do you feel that way? Please put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep with the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. If you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Still looks so bad. Just so bad. All right. At the end of the, there's definitely still water in the cauldron. I gave it a little bit more, but it definitely still had water in it. Thank you, Athena. 15 days ago, I saw 3-ish hours of it. That's why I said there's not even potential. I'm not surprised, Eve. I'm not surprised. I think it had potential. I don't believe it has potential. All right, we have 10 gold and 3 tanks, either of which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills go into Athena with 6, followed by Robo Momo with 4. Most assists go to AP10 with 4, followed by Templar 985 with 3. Going random on the scrolls in the gold and 5. I don't know what that means, Eve. What is bubble and squeak? Going random. Athena with the gold, Fender with the tanks. The food dish? Okay. I have not a single concept or clue of what that might be. I didn't get any assists from that whatsoever. Fuck. I will try to get some assists from healing, since that's the one that I actually need. We'll go down here with Fender, sure. The British food, almost like a potato pancake. Oh, okay, that sounds good. Place your units, everybody. Okay, I need to check one thing for this before we do the reaction for it. Okay. All right. Once again, YouTube swans. Hi, swans. Pog swans. Re-swans. Dead swans. Pride swans. Explosions. Whatever suits your fancy. Okay. Here we go. Judge swans. I'll take them. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. This is where we actually got fun. I'm just going to restart that one, because that was a big fumble. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. There's more reaction content for you, and today we're taking a look at Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed. Now, I only realized that this game existed because when I was prepping to do some reaction videos, I was like, what games are coming out? So it's like Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed is coming out. And I'm like, the hell is that? And it is an asymmetrical PvP style game. Think Dead by Daylight. There is 4 people that play as the Ghostbusters and 1 person that plays as the Ghost. And the Ghostbusters are trying to stop, catch, and capture the Ghost, and the Ghost is trying to tell the Ghostbusters to get the fuck out. And I'm like, oh, okay. So we got, there's so many games that try to do this, which, and I understand. I played a lot of Dead by Daylight, and Dead by Daylight had Dead by Daylight's a lot of fun, right? But Dead by Daylight is also very limited. But there's also lots of other games that are trying to break into this space. The most successful one really was Evolve, but then the developers ended up tanking that game, so Evolve's dead. Well, not really, but that's a different conversation. But anyway, and then you've had other games that have tried it as well. You got like Friday the 13th, you have Predator Hunting Grounds, VHS or Video Horror Society that is currently in early access. And so there's people that are trying to do this. And you had the Evil Dead game as well. And so many are struggling to find ground in this space, and I don't know what is causing some of them to succeed and others to fail, but you know, people are still trying, so maybe they'll find success somewhere along the way there. But this is Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed. I don't know much else about it beyond that, so it's time for us to learn about what it is. So let's go.
Yeah, we saved the world a few times. But between that, we provided a needed service to the masses. That's where you come in. We're passing the torch, or better yet, passing the particle thrower, giving you the tools. Now let's see if you have the talent. Keep your
there
head
goes some
up
copyright.
and your equipment charged. We're a team working together to watch each other's back.
Now, I know you're still a ghost-busting trainee, but there's much more here than meets the eye. Take a look at this. You have the chance to see firsthand what exists on the other side. Catching ghosts is only the half of it.
Slimer!
So you want to play as a ghost? I'd like to see you try to take on my team.
You know, it was a very flashy trailer. It had a lot of energy to it, but I feel like it really struggled to give me an idea of what this game is. So we got 2 bits of gameplay, though, that'll help alleviate that. We have the first preview that IGN received of this game back in March, and then they actually had 3 minutes of gameplay for this game that was shown off at Gamescom back in August. So we'll take a look at the earlier gameplay footage first and see if it looks different from the more recent footage. So it kind of feels like prop night.
Trappings, characters, and references to cross.
Well, one of the things also there is that, you know, it depends on who's in control, right?
To make something distinctively Ghostbusters, what it really needs is to be just a little stupid in a good way. And in In Ghostbusters, Spirits
Get her,
Unleashed,
Ray?
I suspect
Really?
Phonic may have nailed the exact flavor of good stupidity I was looking for from a 4-person cooperative
quiet.
Ghostbusters game.
Keep your head up and your equipment charged.
Like all good comedy, the ghost fights in Spirits Unleashed need some structure first. In my hands-on session, I'm dropped into a map called the Museum, with 3 comrades to, of course, bust a ghost. The ghost's job, meanwhile, is to escape our capture and thoroughly haunt the museum before we can stop it. I'm armed appropriately with a proton pack and a PKE meter I can swap between, as well as a ghost trap I can toss on the ground for ghost capturing, though if I don't remember to pick it up when I'm done, I won't have it at my disposal for the next ghost encounter. In the early parts of the match, our PKE meters start to blip, but they might not necessarily be indicating the ghost itself. The ghost can haunt different objects, sending chairs flying across the room or creating other eerie, ghastly effects. He's also protecting 3 rifts hidden across the museum that we'll need to destroy with our proton packs if we want to win the match. As long as there's still a rift up, the ghost can use it to respawn if we manage to capture and trap it. But if we find and blast the rifts apart, the ghost is toast. But more than trying to evade capture, the ghost we're after is here on a mission. He's here to haunt. As I experienced in my later match on the spectral side, ghosts can win by scaring away all the innocent, bystanding civilians roaming the map. Civilians are easily startled, so ghost abilities like sliming or sending out smaller, ghostly minions are freaky enough to do the job. Or they can just go in for a direct attack.
Get me out of here!
Fortunately, the ghost doesn't have unlimited scare power. Every ghostly ability costs them ectoplasm, which must be rejuvenated eventually by possessing an object for a period of time, rendering the ghost more vulnerable to capture. Especially if he, as one of my opponents did, possesses an innocent mop bucket and then scoots rapidly across the floor in a goofy attempt to escape our grasp.
Don't worry about it, okay?
Catching the ghost is just a secondary objective. Since our opponent can respawn as long as there's a rift around, we're stalking around the museum, PKE meters out, looking for rifts to destroy and calming down any concerned civilians we run across. But the ghost isn't giving up rifts easily. Our attempts to close them result in chaotic, colorful firefights as the ghost belches slime and sneakily disables our proton packs from behind. Our proton packs are powerful and can, with enough focus, grapple the ghost for a period of time to drag it into a trap. But they're appropriately unwieldy and deliberately hard to aim, resulting in plenty of familiar Ghostbusters moments where we're all waving our guns wildly around one another, trying to latch onto a ghost.
I don't feel like we've seen very many actual ghost abilities. Like, she's
sends another
commented
wave
on
of ghost
stuff like,
minions
oh
to
yeah,
distract us further.
belching slime and stuff, and I feel like all we've seen is him just kind of go,
with wild abandon, and civilians begin scattering out the doors. All of the matches I played during my demo time culminated in a frantic final few minutes, where the Ghostbuster team sprinted through the museum to track and trap the ghost, pinging map locations where it was spotted and yelling gleefully into the microphone as we awkwardly tried to blast it down from a distance. Meanwhile, with nothing left to distract his pursuers, our resident ghost has to stay alive long enough to find and scare away the final civilians with its limited energy stores, all while faced with an increasingly aggressive squad of Ghostbusters. I'm proud to say I did manage to win my match alone as the Ghost against a team of developer Ghostbusters, largely by aggressively haunting every boring inanimate object I ran across until the whole museum looked like a very gooey magic show. So after just a few bouncy rounds with the single preview map, Ghost and Powers, I'm hopeful that the full game's emergent silliness will make playing it with my friends sticky, fun, and yes, a little stupid.
I never want to
Exactly
play
what I want
something
from
that's sticky
Ghostbusters.
with my friends.
For more
I'm just
on
gonna say that right now. I don't want that. Okay, so we're gonna fast forward now. 5 months? No. Yes. No. May is the 5th month. August is the 8th month. So 3 months, and we'll see a little bit closer perspective. No punishment for crossing them. I mean, I don't know if there was or wasn't.
It's here. Truck going
Judging by the numbers, that place is at least 50% haunted.
No, Athena. I don't know if there was or wasn't a punishment in the game for it.
Lost it! Clear the area, folks!
Still only seen the one ghost so far, right? Well, in terms of gameplay, Eve, we've seen like in like little cinematic shots other ghosts, but in gameplay we've only seen this purple guy. Like I commented earlier, we saw Slimer, but we didn't see Slimer playable. Man, it looks like you can almost get straight bullied as the ghost. I also like. Okay, I actually just answered my question. I was like, do you automatically lose if your rifts are lost? No. You can see right there it says all rifts lost, no more respawning. So they not only have to get rid of all 3 rifts, but then they also have to capture you. And your only real goal is to scare all of the civilians as like to the point that it is a fully haunted building. So you're not actually concerned with the Ghostbusters themselves beyond trying to stay away from them. You can move your rift. Yes, you can move your respawn locations. So like just then, right there at the end, they were at the last rift. It's right there. And the ghost popped in, beat up the Ghostbusters, grabbed the rift, and flew away with it. Okay.
What a tormented and otherworldly effect.
And they're at 75% haunt, so they only have 20% at that point left to finish scaring it, but they're down to 1 rift. Okay. Man, I'd probably really want to go find some more longer gameplay. Here's one of the other things that is an issue with this, okay? And it's that when I can, I try to, for the sake of information, find the purchase page for these games, okay? Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed is $40. It is not on Steam. It is on the Epic Games Store, okay? And to some people that means automatic no, not touching it. I will not touch it because it's one of the games that Epic Games Store, you know, went onto that with that path, right? And there are pros and cons to the Epic Games Store in terms of like dev funding and stuff like that. That's not what we're here for a conversation for. But what we are here for a conversation for is the Epic Games Store as a platform for games like this doesn't seem to be a very healthy choice, okay? And what I mean by that, the last major release of these style games, of an asymmetrical 1v4 PvP style game, was Evil Dead the game, where one person is controlling one of the evil entities from the Evil Dead and everyone else is controlling the survivors, such as Ash. And that game was exclusive to the Epic Games Store and then was also on consoles. But the game being on the Epic Games Store really seemed to hurt the PC release a lot. And the game just went, whoa! And plunged down in terms of popularity, attention, and just in every way. And I'm worried that that will happen with this as well. Not because I just genuinely want this game to do well, but because it's a trend that we keep seeing with this, of especially these multiplayer games that are not getting a ton of marketing or a ton of media attention, that end up being exclusive to the Epic Game Store. And people go to the Epic Game Store for things that they already want that are exclusive to the Epic Game Store. They don't discover new things on the Epic Game Store the way they do with like the Steam's homepage, where you see like these big flashy releases, or you can check the new releases or what's selling well and stuff like that. So you don't get as many impulse purchases off of the Epic Game Store that you do with Steam. And I feel like that hurts these games, not just on their initial release, but also the longevity that they can potentially have. And I understand that the Epic Game Store is trying to compete with Steam in that regard, but it feels like it hurts the games that might otherwise have a significantly better chance if they weren't locked under those circumstances. But in general, I like the way the game looks. I like the way the game sounds. I like the gameplay mechanics of it. Personally, Epic Game Store makes me not immediately want to go after it because of the reasons that I just got done stating. So that's Ghostbuster Spirits Unleashed. There is significantly more gameplay out there if you wanted to see longer matches, as there have been people that have had access to it to where they were able to play it and share larger portions of gameplay than what we just took a look at. But there's a lot that is appealing here, and I hope that it continues forward in that regard, because personally, as much as I love Dead by Daylight needs some legitimate competition. Like, it needs serious competition, because too often does it feel like Dead by Daylight is just resting on its laurels because nothing is actually forcing it to do anything, because it doesn't have any legitimate competition in this genre of video games. And so something needs to give it some competition to force them to innovate, or force them to feel as though they are being challenged in one way or another. I don't care what it is, right? I don't care if it's Evil Dead the game, Ghostbuster Spirits Unleashed, whatever, right? Just make something compete with them, so that either we get better games that are competing with Dead by Daylight that end up being successful, or Dead by Daylight turns into a better game out of necessity. So that's Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. All right. 9 minutes. Okay. Don't need to go over the spiel again about Epic, but yeah, I know Eve. Epic for you is an auto no, like just by default. And I know other people that Epic is an auto no, but there's other issues with games being on the Epic Game Store beyond business practices. All right, we're not going to waste any time. Going to jump straight into another one. All right. Speed running time. I mean, it's more of trying to minimize the amount of time between them. Because we're not speed running these. That'll cost quality. But, all right. Drop in your YouTube swans, your high swans, your pride swans, your dead swans, your lurk swans, whatever fits your fancy. We're going to start another one. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Oh, that was so crunchy. All right, here we go. Yeah, your little dancing ducks. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are taking a look at Saturnalia. Now, before we get into the game itself, I will say that the game is a like story, horror, survival game of some sort, but Saturnalia is a legitimate thing, right? So I'm just going to read this quick little bit from Wikipedia of Saturnalia is an ancient Roman festival and holiday in honor of the god Saturn, held in December. The holiday was celebrated with a sacrifice at the Temple of Saturn in the Roman Forum and a public banquet, followed by private gift-getting, continual partying, and a carnival atmosphere that overturned Roman social norms. Gambling was permitted, blah, 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 and so on. So, Saturnalia is considered also to be one of the precursors to Christmas that we celebrate today, which sets an interesting tone of what this game might be, given especially at Saturnalia, as we just talked about, there was sacrifices because we used to do that for the part of the celebration. I don't know fully what that might mean in terms of the overall tone and story of the game, but that's what we're here to find out. So let's just go ahead and jump straight into it, and let's see what Saturnalia has in store for us. Footage shot during, wait,
Ignusa, it was
has what? During our location scouting for the game. Okay.
Ignusa, it was called by the Greeks. Sardo, by the Canaanites. Sandaliotis, or Griophelps.
I see what they mean.
An island with as many stories as names, as many mysteries, sunk into the cobble and set of the atavistic settlements strewn across its breadth. Settlements like Gravoy, a village distraught by its shadowed past, taken up by its own secrets. Whispers thicken the atmosphere. Streets ebb and bleed with the low disquiet of generations. A rolling fold of observance and abased shame. Old rites pervade here, chief among them a carnival with as many names as this island, as many rites as stones in an arage.
Oh, weird.
Lucinata, Sol Invictus, Yule, St. Lucy's Day. Saturnalia, the celebration of the winter solstice, the birth of a new sun, the death of the past. Feast and revelry abide in unrepentant chaos, masked abandon, animal ritual, a terpsichore of release and revelation. Release and revelation. All of us have secrets. Every one of us, an invisible world, a feint, an implication, a dance of haze and shadow, endless with silent stories tamped and shuddered and strangled within. How many are woven into the wretch and hollow of this island, the berm and crush of this town? How many secrets beset those who mill its lanes and sidle unhalted through the closing of an age? What were they to seek out and face the truth sunken into the stone of this town? What would they find? What will we find?
That was a really good trailer. Like, just the general like energy in that trailer was really solid. Interesting art style. That like, so the direction itself makes me think of a lot of like the Telltale games with like the heavy lines and stuff that goes across characters for texture, which is not bad at all. I feel like Telltale has is a good art direction to take. The thing that stuck out to me more though was the frames that like, and it's not that that the game was like struggling or anything like that. The animations are made in such a way that your character is very defined and intentionally having like this stutter animation of its motion, which also led to a very unique presentation of its art direction. Okay, we're going to keep moving along. This is super short. This is only 34 seconds. This is from the dev's official YouTube channel. This was back in November of last year, but it is a nice 4K 60 FPS showcase of the actual gameplay itself. Holy volume. Like, you see how it almost feels like the characters are moving in stop motion? Okay. So we'll move forward. So this is the gameplay overview trailer. This is moving forward all the way into Gamescom. This is August of last year. So this will give us a better idea, hopefully, of how we're actually going to be playing this game.
Welcome to Saturnalia, a horror adventure game with elements of investigation, puzzle solving, exploration, and roguelite progression. You'll play as a cast of characters,
Roguelite?
some available from the start, and some to be unlocked during your adventure. They all have their own personal motives and storylines, but they share a common goal: escaping the village of Gravois and the rituals of the winter solstice. Each character has unique tools and abilities to help you explore hidden areas and survive. There are no markers or virtual compasses in Saturnalia. As you learn your way around the village of Gravois, you'll orient yourself with signs and local landmarks. Change your character or team up for more flexibility. Even ask your companion to guide you somewhere with the in-game maps.
Hopefully they're always right. You're like, hey buddy, can you show me where the pharmacy is? They're like, yeah, I think it's over here. They lead you to the hotel and you're like, fuck.
From a different location, or ask a teammate to meet up. As you explore, you will discover shortcuts and secret passages, connecting the various parts of the village and its surroundings in a complex three-dimensional maze. Keep track of your many discoveries in your mind map, grouping crucial clues and tracking your objectives. Often, tools will be required to create new routes, solve puzzles, or uncover useful resources.
This looks like a game you'd be super into, Athena.
Such resources are scarce and must be managed wisely, and have less obvious uses for you to discover. Use matches to light your way, mark where you have been, and find hidden objects. As you explore the winding alleyways of Gravois, be careful. You are not alone roaming the streets after curfew. Some will help you. Some will try to stop you, and something is hunting you.
I don't feel like that was a very good hiding spot.
If you are captured, all is not lost. Switch to another survivor to find your companions and free them. But beware, once you lose all your characters, the village will be generated anew, with new roads and connections to discover. You won't lose your progress in the story or the puzzles, but you will have to relearn again your way around the strange village of Gravois.
Okay. I don't know if I like that mechanically, because like it's not, I understand what they mean now by it has roguelike elements in it, in terms of like if you fail, the city essentially reshuffles, but the fact that you don't lose all of your other progress, I could see it being really annoying though. Okay, this is the launch date announcement. Gotta vibe out to the ritual music, man. The chants. And it releases October 27th. Okay, so that's Saturnalia. And like, so the only thing that I'm struggling with now in terms of the presentation of this game is really that roguelike mechanic to it. Like you said, Athena, especially since there isn't a map at all. And like, I understand that there isn't a map because the city is procedurally generated. So having a map that you could just pull up might not be that simple. But I say that, but there's maps in the city. So it makes me wonder if it's actually procedurally generated or if there's just different versions of the city. Like, because, you know, they went to the map and they're like, yeah, can you take me to the pharmacy? And you can see the pharmacy on the map. I don't know. That specific mechanic seems a bit odd. And it's, I don't know. I feel like I couldn't know what my opinion is on it unless I played the game and found out for myself, because just on that description, I'm like, I feel like I would hate that. A lot of the rest of that is fine, right? And I guess it's because you can technically lose the game if all of your survivors get captured. But the fact that it reshuffles the city, yeah, I don't know. I'm very torn on it because it does like save your puzzle progress and you retain your items, it sounded like, and you retain your story progress. But the city reshuffling, and if it reshuffles in a bad way, man, that could be really frustrating. I don't know. It gives me pause, and some pretty strong pause. So, but that's Saturnalia. It is going to be on the Epic Game Store. We've talked about Epic Game Store a little bit recently, and I feel like this is a game that's fine that is a Epic Game Store exclusive, because we were looking at a multiplayer game recently, and the multiplayer game was like, man, restricting that to the Epic Game Store, I feel like is just asking for failure because of the adoption rate of the Epic Game Store and the discoverability on the Epic Game Store. Like, I feel like people have the Epic Game Store for like Fortnite, and then if you're not there for Fortnite, you're there for games that you otherwise wanted that are exclusive to the Epic Game Store. And I don't feel like this game is one that is getting the attention to where it'll be found on the Epic Game Store. But since it's not multiplayer that relies on a player base to exist and instead is a single player game, I feel like it can do fine over there if you are able to get people to go over there to buy it. And because it's not reliant on multiplayer bases, if it does end up on Steam in like a year, then it can potentially get like a resurgence and stuff like that and have people trying it out, even if it's past its initial release date. I like the visual style. I like the presentation. I like the tone. I like a lot of what I saw. Oh man, just the amount of pause that mechanic gives me. I do have the Epic Game Store page up. It doesn't have a price on it currently, as just a heads up on that one. So I personally, I would price this depending on the entirety of its length. I feel like it's a $20 release, but games are getting more expensive, so that might mean that it's actually closer to $30 just because of the way that games pricing has been going. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But that's Saturnalia. Let me know what your thoughts are. I'd love to hear from you. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. Where's this game landing for you? How's it hitting on your radar? Are you bothered by the Epic Game Store exclusivity, or is it something that you're going to be able to go over there and jump into regardless? What are your feelings towards that roguelike mechanic of the city reshuffling itself if you lose all your survivors? Let me know. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Man, yeah, that's just an interesting call. All right, it is time to change hats and change shirts, so let's get this battle started. We're just gonna have this group go fast to try and get some assists going in there. Hold. Okay, I'll be right back. cool, buddy. I got 2 assists. Go me. God damn it. Oh, man. Getting those healing assists is a pain. All right, we got 15 gold, 3 rogues, with 3 archers, any of which can be used for 420 channel points. Most kills going to El Canadiano, followed by Rebe. Most assists going to Victor Lee, not Lee, tied with Middle America Senpai, followed by myself, going random on the scrolls in the golden 5. In the end, it was just very uninteresting for me. Like, I think I would rather do the Frogware Sherlock games. Sure. Those games look interesting, too, in their own way. I mean, even for Athena's got a nice, healthy backlog of single-player horror games to play. Did you end up eating Madison last night, Athena? No, almost there. Okay. Healthy. It's healthy in that there's plenty of them. Fender, Rebe, and El Canadiano. Okay, I need more heals, so I guess I'm gonna place a healer and hope that it works, I guess. Place units, everybody. Does mean I'm a healthy weight because there's plenty of it. So anyway, let's get back into the into the reactions. All right. Does this game have a price on it yet? No. All right. Again, if you want, drop in your YouTube swans, your high swans, your heart swans, your dead swans, whatever fits your fancy. Let's keep them rolling. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are taking a look at Potionomics. Potionomics is listed as a capitalism simulator, which means I hate it. No, it could still be a very cute and fun game, but fuck capitalism. But anyway, the other side of it is a deck building game, which deck building games can be a lot of fun. Immediately, I think of games like Ascension. Ascension's really cool, and then you got like the DC deck builder and stuff like that. There's a lot of really fun mechanics that can be had in deck building games. And Potionomics is it looks so cute from the screenshots that I've seen, and I'm curious how the deck building part works in terms of being a simulator game where you run a potion shop, right? But that's what we're here to find out, right? So we have a few different trailers, including its initial reveal back in June of 2020, all the way to its release date announcement from September of this year. So let's go ahead and get us a little bit of volume and drop it back and get started. Your only hope is to brew the greatest potions the town has ever seen. Check out my diabolical cauldron. Oh my god, it's really cute. What was the 4th tag, Eve? My brain's only giving me the 3 that I saw on the Steam page. So you use the cards from your deck to sell the potions. Oh, dating sim? I did remember that. Actually, now that you draw attention to it, yes. Okay. Oh, I was like, it's so quiet. It's because there's no music. They're just talking. Potion op. I get it now. Potions plus economics. Ugh. Admittedly, I hate it. The character designs are super cute, though. So the deck building isn't for making the potions. At least not that we saw. Everything looked like they were just using their regular, like a regular recipe, essentially. Largely. And then the... Woo. I wonder if that was because this was a live stream capture something. But you're using the cards from your deck to get people to buy them. Okay. And then you can date your customers. Why not? Super cute. Okay, and then we have the release date announcement, which is very soon, by the way. Like, just as a heads up, very soon. So you can choose what kind of potions you brew based on the ingredients. Customize your shop, sure. What are those? Oh my god, our little witch. She's adorable. Oh, look at the cats. It's either romantic or an opportunity for a perfect murder. You got a card from dating them? Okay. Jesus Lord. Oh my god. She had a stellar October 17th. So yeah, it comes out in just a few days. Man, yeah, that game is that's so cute, right? Like that's just super cute. And you are correct, Athena. Maddie would probably absolutely love this game if she doesn't already know about it, but if she doesn't, I will send it to her and to double check. Is it a card game? Sort of, Lameville. The way that it works is that, so it's kind of like a shop simulator in that you like customize and decorate your shop and you use the ingredients that you either grow or purchase to brew potions. And then the card part of the game is actually specifically trying to get better deals and encourage people to buy your potion. So a customer will come in and then you use cards that you've built out of your you use cards out of your deck that you built to raise the price, increase the percentage, get them to, you know, sell it faster, I'm guessing, to try and get the best deal for the price. And like we can see, like, let's actually grab one of the more recent trailers because they might have changed some of the UI in there somewhere. So like here, you know, we have like right now they're trying to sell a potion to Quinn. They only have one patience left. The customer is almost done. They're almost not interested anymore. You can see how interested they are. There's some stats down at the bottom. I'm guessing like how upset they are or stuff like that. And these cards affect the price, right? Increase the percentage, the actual price on it, how many cards you have left. And so it's kind of like almost like a battler, but your battle of your constructed deck is to just to get to sell a potion. It's super cute. I love the idea entirely. The art direction is really cute. It looks really chill and really fun. And then, as was mentioned by Athena, and date you, there's a dating sim portion in it as well, of where the different customers that you are competing against, you can date them. And I don't know what the, like in this circumstance, we see that they're dating this individual and they got a card shortly afterwards. So like, you learned something new. So you got a card from to add to your deck that you're able to expand, to be able to, have additional options to get bigger and better sales and stuff like that. So I love everything about this. This looks great. This looks cute. It is going to be available on Steam on October 17th, so less than a week away, and you'll be able to play this game for yourself. So yeah, that's Potionomics. That's super cute. It actually did. It looks like it has a demo available right now. I don't know if that demo will continuously be available. If it is part of the Steam Next Fest, that demo might be ending very, very soon, just because Steam Next Fest ends on October 10th. But yeah, so Potionomics, super cute. I love it a lot. I like the art direction. I like the style. The gameplay looks like it could be a lot of fun, just because it's not trying too hard, right? Like you got this cute little shop simulator, this like deck building card game to where you're getting the sales and then you're doing dating sim stuff. I like it a lot. I'm down. It's going to go on the wish list, and I'm very looking forward to hopefully having an opportunity to play it. So let me know what your thoughts are, though, on Potionomics. I'd love to hear from you. Please leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Sounds like coupons. Yeah, but it's coupons about like keeping your cool and stuff. It's not the same. 45, 59, 45, minute 40, 45, 218, 45. Okay, this one should be fine. It's judging time. What do we have over here? Darkest Tales, Lost Eidolons. Okay. Thank you for the reminder, Athena. All right. Again, drop in your YouTube swans, your high swans, whatever emote fits your preference. It doesn't even need to be a swan. I just have lots of swan emotes that you can choose from. Stretch the legs. Ow. Okay. All right, here we go. Ow. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Against the Storm. Now, Against the Storm, when I check the Steam page, it is a colony builder survival simulator game. So that could mean a lot of things. I definitely don't think it's trying to be like SimCity or City Skylines. I think it's more along the lines of like smaller city building resource management style game. One of the things that made me really want to look at this is specifically its art style, because its art style really reminded me a lot of Warcraft 3. But we'll see what the game actually has. We have a lot of trailers, but a lot of them are really small. Like, this is the initial teaser, which was 45 seconds. The initial gameplay trailer is 59 seconds, like 45 seconds. So we're going to be moving through these pretty quickly. So strap in, because in order to actually get a good look at this game, we're going to have to go through a bunch of very short trailers. So we're going to drop it back and let's go ahead and get started. You know what I mean about that kind of like RTS style, especially with that stylized approach like Warcraft 3 had? Oh, it's a roguelite. Okay. That mean you can lose at some point? Beavers, humans, and lizards. Shall they live together in harmony? Well, I guess the game is called Against the Storm, right? So with a game being called Against the Storm, I'm assuming that eventually you will succumb to the storm itself. But we'll go ahead and keep... It looks a lot like Warcraft, yeah. Which isn't bad. It's just an observation. I love the art style of Warcraft 3, right? And even with like the way the buildings look, like that, you know, that looked like a little farming building that builds resources. It makes me think also that they like were originally thinking of maybe making an RTS, and that was going to be like a generator of some sort. And then they decided they just didn't want to build a bunch of units to do an RTS game, and just went with a survival game instead. Especially with like so many of the ways that this looks. Not a criticism, just an observation. Man, you know, if you wanted to keep a flame from dying out in a storm, I don't know, maybe don't just leave it open to the rain, okay? Just a thought.
The world is plagued by the Blight Storm, a vile cycle of destruction ravaging everything in its path. The only safe haven is the smoldering city where the mysterious scorched queen reigns. You are one of her viceroys, a pioneer sent into the wilds, tasked with establishing new settlements and acquiring valuable resources for the crown. Your goal is to help rebuild the smoldering city and secure the future of the Queen's subjects. Okay.
Now, I do know, and it's mentioned already a couple times, demo available now on the Epic Game Store. It's been in early access in the Epic Game Store for a while, but it's actually full launch is approaching in the coming days. So this says release date trailer, but this trailer is from August of last year. So either this didn't end up happening unless they have a date of October 2022 in here. Feel Lord of the Rings vibes. The volcano has eyes. It's the Flame Queen. Don't worry about it. So they expanded at this point to where you can operate multiple cities. The project got larger, which isn't bad. It looks like even on their initial reveal, they had a pretty strong foundation in place. What are you? Are you able to fight the demon mole? Because, like, if so, I mean, you know, that again, that lends even more to the RTS idea in here. Like I said, we're just gonna try and keep rolling through these because there's so many trailers and they're all very short. Did they discover new space? I mean, maybe, right? Beaverton! Probably need to build defense against those creatures. Yeah, probably, maybe like with buildings rather than soldiers. Because I didn't see anything fighting them, right? Or maybe it's even different than that. October 18th, is that of this year? No, that was last year. Okay. So it might even be different from that in that...
First time, huh? Let me tell you what it's like to...
It might be different from that in that you fight them by them just consuming resources rather than needing to actually spend units or anything against them. And that's part of the way that you can lose is that's like, in order to get rid of this creature, you need to have, you know, 20 gunpowder, 10 steel, and 15 food. And then you can just click on it and get rid of it in terms of like resource management. But we'll see.
Viceroy, you must venture into the unknown wild to build cities for our scorched queen, provide housing for her citizens, and construct camps to gather scarce resources. It ain't easy, though.
We might get a better idea as we watch, though.
You better farm every inch of fertile soil. In such harsh lands, exploration is key. Gather everything you can and fulfill your villagers' needs. You better not favor one species over another.
Don't be
Utilize
racist.
Their potential. You wouldn't send a lizard to the lumber mill, would you? Give them raincoats. And for the Queen's sake, prepare for the storm. Sometimes you'll fail. It's a common risk in this business. But sometimes, oh, sometimes it just clicks. Everything falls into place. Folks hold their heads high. The flame grows ever larger. The yields are unlike anything you could imagine. The goods flow like a river. Nothing can stand in your way. It feels as if you were building 10 cities all at once. It's like you're about to rebuild the smoldering city on your own. For her. But that rarely happens. Not as long as the forest has its say. It's so peaceful when you first settle here. Rich glades are full of resources, yours for the taking. But with every fallen tree, with every ancient site sacked, the forest grows angrier. Ignore the warnings, and you will bring doom upon your people. So, my fellow, do you have what it takes to become a viceroy?
Didn't you say I'm already a viceroy? So, as I said, they were in early access, so these next couple are updates, but they'll at least give us a continued idea of like what the game's core is. The flames in the middle remind me of Frostpunk. Have you played Frostpunk, Lameville? It's a game that I've like wanted to try for a long time because it just looks good, but I've never actually gotten around to doing it. Frostpunk 2 is coming out sometime in the near future, right? I think I remember seeing something about it. Oh. Oh no, Lameville, don't do that. It was the only way we could survive. I do not feel like that showed us anything. All right, moving on. This is the Coral Forest update. You know, maybe you can't really defend yourself against the monsters that appear. Maybe that's part of it, is you got to do things to prevent them from appearing in the first place. They were talking about, you know, sacking ancient sites and stuff like that. And maybe that's one of the things you got to figure out how to balance out. These update trailers, I feel like, only mean something if you know what's going on in the game. Harpies is another race, it looks like.
By the storms, they lost their ability to fly. But unlike many, they survived.
So you have humans, lizards, beavers, and harpies?
There could still be hope for us.
Oh, they look cool. Wait, what's this frog-looking guy? Did they add frogs at some point? I mean, they could have, and we just didn't see it. Okay, so this is from September of this year. This game releases in October, so sometime this month. I believe I saw a different announcement. I don't think it's actually in this trailer that is supposed to release on, I think, like the 21st.
The world is all about change. And the way you handle it.
Considering they discovered that monster, I feel like there's got to be a way to disperse them.
Viceroys, elite settlers serving the Scorched Queen. Our job is to establish colonies and gather precious resources. Every settlement we build is governed by its own rules. There's no single path to prosperity. Some succeed by winning people's hearts, some by serving the crown, others by venturing bravely into the unknown. Our decisions shape...
The newest trailer just said city instead of cities.
The blueprints we choose lay the foundations of the town's economy. We adapt to changing conditions and do whatever it takes to survive. We head out into the far corners of the continent.
Oh, that looks significantly different from before. Quite the update.
Badly. We tread new paths and push ourselves through rivalry. The lands we settle on hold many mysteries. You never know what lies beyond the mist. The only thing certain is the storm. Embrace the change and build back from the storm. You're a viceroy after all. But beware, everything comes at a price.
Okay. Well, at least we got one idea here. So these, you know, everything comes at a price, and it looks like the curse of some sort caused all of these plants to grow on the buildings, which is probably one of the potential fail states, essentially, of like the city is lost to the curse. And all of the citizens busted out flamethrowers. So, because that was the one thing that I was still kind of sitting here being curious about, right? Was that we were looking at the game, and a lot of it, they were like, you know, we saw the mole creature or the flaming skull or the poison pot robot thing. And it was like, okay, there are these threats, but what are you supposed to do to deal with them? And it looks like you just need to have probably certain buildings built or a certain amount of resources. You know, this looks significantly more in-depth than I initially thought it was going to be. I didn't know it was a roguelike when we started this. And it looks pretty cool. I'm curious as to, in regards to like the conversation that's happening in the chat right now, talking about the different games such as like Frostpunk, Lameville, you know, trying to help people survive the cold, ended up forcing people to work while they're dying. Wandering Village, which is another a pretty recent indie game that came out, but Eve's talking about the complications of the AI and stuff like that. But it's interesting to see how these types of scenarios and these types of games might be their own undoing in one way or another. And there's definitely an appeal in this game in terms of its style and its approach, but none of these trailers lent a lot of attention to any of the mechanics of the game, right? They showed us a lot of things in terms of like, oh, it's a roguelike and you got these new biomes and you can build these new cities and stuff and discover things within these biomes, but they never communicated very well what that meant, really. And that's one of the things that I feel like, at least with these trailers, that they really struggled in. I feel like a gameplay overview trailer of like even showing like a quick summary of a progression of like what a run might be in terms of the roguelike mechanics would have done a lot for at least my own personal reception of this game, right? Because it does leave me curious as to the overall product, and I don't feel like the overall product was communicated very well. Honestly, I just go back to RimWorld for these types of games, or Age of Empire 3, where I can play more army men. Yeah, and you know, with this style of game, I feel like it's difficult because you are challenging legacy, and it's different with like Soulsians, where it's a relatively young genre and people are still exploring in that genre, or even like shooters where people don't expect it. Like, you can release a new shooter and it won't immediately be compared against like Call of Duty Black Ops, right? And so, because it's such a wide genre, but I feel like this specific genre is narrower in such a way that it's difficult to escape the past, because you're not going to be pushing new graphics or anything like that in here. Instead, you got to be pushing a new mechanic or a new take, essentially, that sets itself apart from the pillars of the past. But anyway, that's Against the Storm. I'd love to hear from you and what your thoughts are on it. If you've been playing it in early access, how has the game been feeling for you over the last like year or so that you've been able to play it? How is it sitting today? What would you compare it to? Where does Against the Storm sit for you? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Dun 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 dun. Let's turn that back on. Let's turn that on. Let's go over here. Let's turn on the music. Let's go to the battle. Yes, I got some healing assists. Let's fucking go. Finally. One buster, and 20 barbarians, 2 barbarians, any of which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills go to El Canadiano, followed by a tie between Fender and Bizarro Shoshipi. Most assists go to myself with 6, followed by Rayback with 5. Going random on the scrolls in 5, 4, Athena, if you're still here, did you still need like 1 or 2 busters? No, it's only 2 barbarians. I'm sorry. Nope, you've got them. All right. Fender and Athena with the busters. Rayback with the barbarians. Back to the map. Too bad, Athena. You got them anyway. Well, you got 1. All right. I need to place barbarians now. You got it. You don't got to tell me. You don't threaten me with a good time. That's supposed to be Rem and not Athena's head skin. I'm not complaining either way, but... Okay, we do need some ranged units in the front here to scurry up and go get those, or at least try to scurry up and go get in those colossi. Maybe if we go like this, put some tanks around them, try and protect them. All right, place your units, everybody. All right, on to the next one. Not waste any time. I have a wee baby buster. That's good. He's so small. Put in your high swans, your YouTube swans, your dead swans, your re-swans, your joy swans, your heart swans, whatever fits your little swan fancy, and we'll start the next one. And if you aren't interested on this screenshot alone, I have questions for you on this little screen here. Ooh, all right. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are taking a look at The Darkest Tales. And if this little title screen doesn't catch your attention at least a little bit, I'm sorry, I can't help you, because there is a adorable little teddy bear that is holding 2 halves of a pair of scissors, and those 2 halves of the pair of scissors are imbued with magical arcane energy that have turned them into a couple of bastard swords. And that is just, that is worthy of praise and attention. But in terms of what The Darkest Tales is, this definitely looks like a game that is heavily inspired by Hollow Knight, in terms of it's kind of like an action platformer game, a Metroidvania style approach. And the general concept is, at least reading the Steam page, is that it's kind of like a Brothers Grimm scenario. The fairy tales have all gone dark, and the hero is a teddy bear. So, with that said, we'll start back to its initial reveal back in September of 2020 and see where it journeys from then to today. So, The Darkest Tales. Once upon a time. Hi. In a world of dark tales. Oh Lord, be brave, venture through. Little Red Riding Hood, what happened to you? I'm pretty sure that bow was firing needles, and I love that. Lovely. Looks like a great time. Reminds me of that comic of the child who has a bear that protects them from nightmares. I mean, it might be related. Not that that's a terribly unique concept, right? I mean, when a nightmare creeps into reality, the only ones that can help are those whose magical powers we've believed in since childhood. A brave teddy bear heads to the far side of happily ever after to rescue his owner, Alicia. That's one of those names that could be pronounced multiple ways with the way that that's spelled. All right, so now we're going to go into the trailer for the playable demo. This was from July of last year, so we're jumping forward almost a year from September 2020 to July 2021. Wait, what?
Halfway through the story of my bare life, I woke to find myself in an enchanted forest. It reeks of death here. What the? Who is she? What is she doing?
It looks like just such a lovable, happy, fun time, right? That bear is really tiny. Yep, sure is. You're a teddy bear.
Once upon a time, there was an old teddy bear who wandered the world of childhood dreams.
Those are great dreams for
There
children.
He met outlandish magical creatures and many other fairy tale heroes.
Does that bear have human thumbs? I don't know.
A brave knight made out of plush.
Sort of. He's got
acquired magical
mitten hands.
powers.
Got mitten hands.
Thus began his adventure-filled journey.
Gotta have a grappling hook. Which shot was it? Was it? Oh, was it this early shot? This one, I'm guessing, where he's kind of stepping through. I mean, like, it's definitely like an attached thumb, but I wouldn't call it necessarily human thumbs. But I see what you're going for, and like even this shot, you can see he has a thumb that is wrapped around the scissor holes. All right, now we're gonna move all the way forward into September of this year, 2022. This is a really good trailer. I love and hate it. Yes. All right. Well, that was actually a really good trailer. I just love the general vibe and tone of it a lot. Like they did a really good job with the presentation of that. So that's The Darkest Tales. It comes out October 13th. Like I said, it definitely feels heavily inspired by games like Hollow Knight. And if that's a type and style of game that you're interested in, I'm betting it's a smaller experience than Hollow Knight. It's got a story attached to it in terms of what you're progressing through in terms of trying to get through these levels to find your owner and save them from the Darkest Tales. You are this adorable teddy bear, and we saw a few different mechanics. Like we saw the dual blades, we saw them have a bow, we saw them have kind of like a katana looking thing. Kind of made me think of like Yuffie's boomerang from Final Fantasy VII, and then a grappling hook. So there's at least a few different approaches for gameplay and mechanics in there. It looks really cute. There's a decent level of polish in there. It's definitely got a tone that it's going to deliver to you. Seeing the most of the fairy tales that you have heard across your life, they either have dark origins like they are the pretty friendly version of an actually more genuine darker story, or there are dark versions of them that have come to be in creation. Most of them, the actual original story is dark as shit and was meant to scare children into doing whatever it is that they were supposed to do, right? It was supposed to have a very dark side to give children a lesson of why you should or should not do certain things. So that's the Darkest Tales. There has been a demo that's been available for it, so there's a chance that you may have already played it. Obviously not in its entirety, because the full story and full game release is going to be coming out very, very shortly. So that's the Darkest Tales. I'd love to hear from you and what your thoughts are. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you did try it, how did you find it? Did it feel good to play? Did it feel a little light? Was it needing something more? I would just let me know. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do go watch some of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Needed more butts. Do you require butts in your fairy tales reel? All right. Here's a game that you care about, reel, or at least you did last time we checked it out. Panda, 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 panda. Little Butt Riding Hood? Butt riding. You know, I think that we're going to have a heavy no on that one, real. Just a real heavy no. All right. Immediately jumping into another one. Put in your YouTube swans, your high swans, your dead swans, your re-swans, whatever fits your fancy. Those probably already exist on the Steam store. You are absolutely correct. I'm sure they do, because I don't have my Steam page filtered, and sometimes it'll be like, oh yeah, new and trending on Steam, and you're like, that's a penis. That is a big penis. Whoa, okay. Top seller on Steam, Furry Sex Party 2, and you're like, all right. I've seen that. I cared about this. Doesn't seem like something I care about. That's fine. We'll see if your opinion has changed, or maybe you will remember as we get into this. Penis is always trending. That gets to be at the beginning of the video now. That's great. I'll put mine back in there though. All right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you. Today we are checking out Lost Eidolons. Now, we did see this before. We've talked about this before, but we only watched one trailer for it before. And I do believe I actually have that trailer in here again, so we're probably going to be rewatching about like a minute and a half of footage that we've seen before. But this game is actually coming out in just like a few days. And when we watched it before, we were initially like, maybe. And then we got to see what the game was, and we were like, no, yes. The easiest way to describe this game is if you wanted to play Fire Emblem, but you took out all of the anime. And that's what Lost Eidolons is Fire Emblem without the anime. And if that sounds like something that's appealing to you, then strap in. So we're going to go back to when this game was actually first revealed back in March of 2021 and take a deeper look at it, as it comes out when? Like October 13th. So literally in just a few days. So let's go ahead and just see where this game came from and where it is today. Did I hit play? I did. Okay. You know, the character models in this actually look really good. Even in this initial reveal way back when, I hadn't seen this when we checked it out before, but the actual models look pretty solid. It looked like they had almost zero lip syncing, because the one per time we saw somebody just now talking, they went. But lip syncing can be very challenging. Lots of characters. I mean, Fire Emblem always had lots of characters, and I'm going to continue to make that comparison to Fire Emblem, but it's just a nice thing to see. Even that would be better than FromSoft. That's fair. FromSoft games lip sync just doesn't exist. You're lucky if the mouths move in FromSoft games. Coming 2022. They're sticking to that. Congratulations. Okay, so this is a closed beta reveal. That was from March of 2021. We're going to jump forward 6 months into September. Like a chest with all the squares. Have you played a strategy tactical RPG, Lameville? Think like Disgaea, Final Fantasy Tactics, Fire Emblem, XCOM is in a way. It normally does, like, XCOM has squares actually, yeah. So XCOM's another one. Oh man, you know what this game would kick ass on? Games like this. I got my Steam Deck upstairs. This would be a great Steam Deck game. Are there like quick time events in the combat? This game is like, what if Final Fantasy didn't get rid of its chest hair after 4? Fair. Can we get a remake of Final Fantasy Tactics? Nah, just go play Lost Eidolon. You'll probably be happier with it. I say that, and the game's not even out yet. I don't actually know, but... What was the game that Square Enix just released that was a real-time tactical RPG that just was very poorly received? It came out in the last, like, week, and man, did it not go over well. We reacted to it. Yeah, that's it. There you go, Real. The Diofield shits. I think it was called the Diofield Chronicles, but there's also like 4 games from Square Enix that have Chronicles in their name that have come out, that have either come out in the last year or coming out in the next year. This looks really good. Like visually, this looks real. Like the art direction is solid. Feels very mobile game to you for some reason. I'd be curious what mobile games you're looking at. I mean, there are some very nice looking mobile games, but and turn-based tactical RPGs, they generally like they can function well on mobile. So this is the second closed beta reveal back from March, and we're seeing growth in each of these trailers, right?
We didn't start this war.
Probably because it's a tactics game. Those don't get budgets. It's because they're easy to make, right?
I never meant for any of this to happen.
There's some animation work in here, though. That's nice.
Bloodshed. All this chaos.
The model of the characters was very Black Desert Online. Wasn't Black Desert Online like it? Is that on mobile? And if so, was it originally on mobile or did it get ported to mobile? I feel like that game is old as hell.
Then they called us criminals. So we became rebels. And now, a revolution. We didn't start this war.
Ah, Langrisser. Yeah, that's correct, Lameville. The excited remake of the cult classic Langrisser 1 and 2 that just became mobile games. I don't believe those ended up doing super well.
I'll do whatever it takes to bring my people home.
But yes, same idea, Lameville.
And no king, no friend, nothing will stop me.
And you can see how the growth has led to there being like more soldiers on the battlefields around them, which is what made me initially think of Fire Emblem, right? Because most of the Fire Emblem games, there was times that it was just one unit, but as they started to progress, you'd have a battalion is what they'd called, that'd be stuck up against you, like with your units that would be charging your enemies at the same time. This is the release date trailer. This is from September 2022.
You saved my life today. I hope I can repay you someday.
Ooh, that lip sync was bad. That's okay.
When virtue is rewarded with suffering.
I get the sense he's not interested in talking.
We've suffered enough losses already.
It's sad though, because like the voice acting isn't bad, but boy, the lips do not do anything.
Sooner or later, it's gonna come down to you against him.
The faces actually just don't do anything. There was no emotion in that face.
To hell and back, brother.
Like the eyes don't move at all.
Please, Cap.
All of these people have severe Botox injections.
There's no escaping it. You and I are fated for this.
To hell with fate! You're not taking one more thing from me. I'll tear your world apart.
All right. Anyway, the nitpicking aside of the facial animations and stuff, right? The game still looks really good. The game still looks really, really good. It looks good, but for some reason doesn't interest me. And that's fine. Not every game is for everybody. That's Lost Eidolons. Like I said before at the beginning of the video, this game is literally, if you want a new Fire Emblem game and you've looked at Fire Emblem 3 Houses, if you want to play a game like Fire Emblem and you looked at Fire Emblem 3 Houses or the upcoming Fire Emblem Engage and you're like, damn, that is some anime shit, bro. Holy crap. If you're put off by the anime, give this a shot. This looks really good. It looks like it's going to be a very solid tactical RPG, and I bet it's going to be worth your time. If the general gameplay style is what you want in terms of like the tactical RPG design, this looks like a really, really strong entry. If you want a tactics game and hate anime shit, this is it. Or if you just, even if you don't hate anime shit, but like I'll admit, like I really love anime and I love anime style games, but if I play too many of them at the same time, they just start to like wear down each other because it's just so much of the same stuff. Even if it's presented in different ways, that like you kind of need like a palate cleanser, right? And that's why like I was playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2, super anime weeby JRPG. I enjoyed the hell out of it, and I got done with it right about the time that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 came out, and I was like, I can't. I want to play Xenoblade Chronicles 3, but I just can't. And so I went and played a Warriors game where you grab a sword and you just slaughter hundreds of enemies on a battlefield. It's mindless, and you're just like, fuck yeah, killing people, right? If you've ever played a Dynasty Warriors game, you'll know what I'm talking about. And then after I did that, I was like, all right, palate cleansed a bit. we can go play Xenoblade Chronicles 3 now, and I've been playing it. I'm enjoying it a lot. And so if you wanted something if you don't like anime stuff, or you needed something that just kind of set itself apart from that, if you want to not watch Crunchyroll and go check out some Game of Thrones, here you go. Lost Eidolons is available. It's gonna be out in just a couple of days, so go check it out if you look interested. And if you were in one of the closed betas, then maybe you can tell us how the game presented to you. Did it play as well as it's looking like? I'd love to hear from you. Please leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to see a little bit more in depth, down in the description, I will also put a link to this video. This is a 14 minutes of gameplay. We're not going to check it out here because I've seen what I need to see with this game. Sometimes these big gameplay dives are really good for just trying to see the game in a bit more earnest sense, where it's not like this like cinematic cut or just really like energized cut that they do for trailers. So, but I don't imagine that there's going to be anything gameplay wise that is mind-blowing, right? And I say that specifically because these style of games, there's not normally something that is revolutionary in them. New stories, new characters, maybe a couple of interesting mechanics if they use like zone effects or something like that, but I can't think of anything that has really just like really rebuilt from the idea of what a turn-based tactical strategy RPG should be ever. So Lost Eidolons, let me know if you ended up playing it or what your thoughts are at this point in time. Put them down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these trailers where you can place links of your own for things that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Alrighty then. Oh, it's time for me to change shirts. How much time we got on this battle? 3 minutes. Nice. Okay. Since we have 3 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and go change shirts, and I'm gonna use the bathroom. I will be right back. I always wondered why there were so many hats. Now I understood why. This is not actually the reason why there's so many hats. The reason why there is so many hats, if you want to direct the true cause, is the person who just lol swan in the chat. That is one Athena Latina's fault. So the hats in here. So this hat is one of the reasons why, okay? Is this radar hat. So we are involved in a sport called roller derby, and we went to, well, initially Athena alone went to the roller derby convention in Las Vegas, and they brought me back this hat, this radar hat, right? and they're like, I thought I'd get you something. I'd get you a hat. And I had like 1 or 2 hats at the time, and I ended up wearing this hat, and I liked it a lot. I thought it was a really nice looking hat, and I was like, oh, it's a gift from Athena, you know, so of course I'm gonna wear it. And Athena commented shortly afterwards. Athena was like, you know, you look really good in hats, like especially those flat bill snapbacks. You look really good in them. Like seriously, like charisma +5. And I was like, really? And I was like, all right, well, if you like me in hats, then that means we're gonna buy some motherfucking hats. And so I started to get more hats. I got hats from like Hot Topic and GameStop, and every time I ended up starting to go to RollerCon, and so at RollerCon I'd get a couple more roller derby themed hats and stuff there. And so I've built up hats because my significant other and my partner in my life, who I love very, very much, says I look good in hats. And then I ended up with dozens and dozens and dozens of hats. And then because I had so many hats and because I wore hats very often, people liked me in hats, and even people that aren't my significant other would be like, yeah, you rock hats really well. And so they would gift me hats for like my birthday or Christmas, or just because they're like, I saw this hat, I thought of you, and so I bought it. And I'm like, cool, thanks, I love that. It just ended up working out really well that to do these reaction videos, that I could continuously change hats and have a different like style essentially for every video. It just worked out that way. So the reason that I have hats is because Athena likes me in them, and that caused me to buy a lot of them and continue to buy a lot of them. So that's why we have so many hats now. And then it just ended up working well for this purpose. And then because of that, and this purpose is now part of why I will continuously search out more and new ones. The 3 packs of 50 gold, any which can be used for 420 channel points. Most kills go into El Canadiano, followed by Templar. Most assists go into Ray Bay, followed by a tie between Middle America Senpai and Judge Betty. Going random in the golden 5. I had 1 hat from 2007 to 2018, but it flew away while hiking, so I finally had to buy a new one. Just buy 90, okay? And you'll never be without a hat. All right, going random. Athena, Rayback, and Joshipi with the gold. Time for that loyalty gold chest. Ooh, that's a lot of baddies. I could place another barbarian, but he's level 3, so maybe we won't do that. We'll place this Templar though. We need some melee units there and some melee units there to go and get into those Colossi over there, and we'll need some melee units and some rogues down here to go get into those. All right, place your units, everybody. Okay. Let's continue on. We have 4 left. 1, 2, 3. 3 left? Was I supposed to get rid of 1? Hang on. Pause. We might only have 2 left. Hang on. I'll put the music back on. I gotta check numbers real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. There's only 3 on this page, right? Dragon Ball, Ghostbusters, Saturnalia. Okay, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, no, we're good. Okay. 3 left. Okay. Holy crap, the tabs. Yep. Yep. There's a lot of prep that goes into the Sunday stream. Tuesday and Thursday are just like, all right, slap up the thumbnail and turn the game on. Let's fucking go. Sunday, there is work that goes into Sundays. Hey. It's just all the trailers, everybody. Like, these are just all the trailers that we're watching. But because of the way we do our reaction videos, it leads to be a ton of tabs. It just leads to be a ton of tabs. All right, put in your YouTube swans, your high swans, your pog swans, whatever fits your fancy. If you're a follower, there are follow swans. If you use BTTV, there's plenty of swans in there. If you want to unlock a special one, as long as it's not one of the animated ones, at least, it'll only cost you 100 channel points. When you said please like the video, I got confused a while ago. I was like, where's the like button? It's only on YouTube. Yeah, it's because these are going on to YouTube. I think you might have figured that out by now, but all right. All right. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Batora Lost Haven, which just real quick note, like this little title screen here, this looks so freaking cool. But anyway, what this game is a isometric action RPG, which should immediately make you think of like Diablo, but it's also listed as story rich. So I'm guessing instead of just like Diablo is story rich, but I feel like part of Diablo is also the grind that exists in it. And I'm getting the general impression from this that Batora is actually meant to be more of like a more linear experience. Of they're taking the Diablo style gameplay and you're just playing a story in it. Maybe more like Lost Ark. If Lost Ark wasn't an MMO, like, because there's a lot of extra things to do in Lost Ark, but if you just take the core story experience of Lost Ark, then yes, that's a good way of comparing it, Athena. But we'll find out more. We actually have a lot of trailers that we can look at for Batora. It was initially announced back in January of 2021, and we have everything all the way up to its release date trailer in September of 2022. It looks like we got about 7 trailers, 8 trailers that we can check out for Batora as it continued its journey of development. And it comes out very, very soon. It releases on October 20th. So you'll be able to buy this game very shortly if it ends up being something that you're interested in. But let's go ahead and just jump into it and take a nice close look at Batora Lost Haven.
At the dawn of time, life was created through the loving embrace of mind and body. And when humanity failed to respect their perfect balance, most of the earth was obliterated.
Yeah, that's obliterated. Jesus.
And now, in order to restore what I held dear,
the audio for this sounds wrong. Weird.
I travel inside the majestic horizon of the universe, struggling against endless horrors. But even if I'm destined to roam through the depths of despair, I shall never be alone. Because the blazing purity of the sun and the ever-flowing wisdom of the moon fight by my side.
Yeah, that voiceover sounded like they recorded it on like a phone. Like they were just like in their voice app and we were like, I will never be alone.
Eager to reclaim our lost haven.
Honestly, kind of lost interest in this due to the long time, the times I've seen the trailers. This is actually my first time even knowing that this game exists, so I thankfully don't have that problem, but I absolutely understand where that can be. Like, I definitely had that problem with Deathloop. Deathloop was over-marketed. There was trailers at every event all the time, and I didn't even feel like the trailers were good, so Deathloop just, for me. Oh, what is this one? This is the gameplay trailer. This will give us a better look. This is from June of last year. You've reacted to this game before, though? This? No. Batora? Absolutely not. Oh, that's nice looking. So I'm just gonna take a quick look at the UI, right? So in pretty normal Diablo style, you got like a health bar and a mana bar. I don't know if that's what these are. And you got abilities on the two sides. I'm guessing these might not be health bars at all and instead be resource bars. But oh man, gotta have a karma system. Sorry, my nose is tingly right now. Well, this gameplay already looked a lot better than the announcement trailer. One, this trailer seems to have some more resolution to it, and two, the animations and stuff are a lot smoother. Hack and slash and twin stick shooter mechanics, huh? Okay. Have I seen the trailer for the indie game called The Outbound Ghost? I have not. You could have sworn we had Eve. I mean, it was in our log for a while. It's been pulled off now, of course. But it's also potential that, like, it might have been at, like, a, you know, like at an E3 or like a Nintendo Direct or something. But the problem with those is that when the game is a part of those like showcases, they can end up going by and you don't even realize that it went by. So like this next trailer is from June of 2021 at the Future Games Show at E3 2021. We might have seen it there and my brain just went because of the number of things that you see at those events. This like, and if it was like, for instance, like if it was this one, this trailer's 30 seconds. When you see 30 trailers that are each 30 seconds to a minute long in a span of, you know, 15 minutes to 20 minutes at a showcase, it's so easy to forget all of them. Play the closed alpha on PC, July 21st, 2021. And so this is the partnership announcement. So this is them partnering with Team 17. Team 17 has actually started to do a lot of publishing, which isn't bad, especially because I feel like they're kind of what's the other company that I'm thinking of? Like Focus Interactive is definitely part of it, like where they're publishing like not hyper indie games, but not super high end games either. They're trying to be selective with the projects that they're publishing. So this is the official story trailer. Okay, this is one that I definitely want a little bit more focus on.
So, my dear Avril, where do I start?
Because the gameplay looks solid,
After a
but
mysterious catastrophe, half of the Earth was destroyed. Now you are on Grisha. Your goal is to absorb its core and defeat an ancient guardian.
So that's the fate of a chosen one? Suddenly, I learned to travel across galaxies and face hordes of monsters. But I'm still not able to make the right choice.
Whichever path you choose, I'll be waiting for you at the end of it, ready to absorb your power from your dead body. An eye for an eye.
How could I claim to save Earth if I can't even save the one beside me? We shall stand, united as one. I'll
jellyfish
conquer all my
person
fears
thing.
and protect the Earth forever. Finally, I'll have my revenge.
Well, I don't feel like that told us a whole lot. There's some more in here. Hang on. Bird Dragon boss. But we still have more. So there's probably not a whole lot in this one. This is the announcement trailer of the game that is when the game was going to be being brought to Nintendo Switch. Is she the only one, the glowing thing in her forehead? Given that that story trailer just now said, so this is the fate of a chosen one, she might not be the only one with the glowing thing in her head, because maybe I'm reading too much into it, but using the word the fate of a chosen one and not the fate of the chosen one implies that there could be more than one chosen one. And if the chosen ones are the ones that end up with that stone in their head that gives them the powers that that main character has, like, it might be that the bad guy that she's trying to take revenge on, that demon looking dude that's standing on the moon, is a chosen one as well. And so he might have one of those rocks in his head, but he made evil decisions, right? So we don't know, obviously, at this point in time, but from who we saw in these trailers so far, she's the only one that has it.
Rated T for teen.
The game looks, unsurprisingly, significantly worse on Nintendo Switch. At least it's running smoothly. Those road and ground textures. Hey, don't be messing with their 480p textures to get the game running at a smooth 60 FPS. Poor Nintendo Switch. You poor soul. Okay, so we're going to move into June of 2022. We have 2 left. This is a dev talk, but it's only 3 minutes, and it looks like it's primarily focused on, instead of people just talking into webcams, it has gameplay on it. And I'm wondering if they'll talk about the gameplay itself. So
12.
We'll see what they have to say.
Hello everyone, I'm Giacomo Masi, Narrative
Hi.
Director at Soulmate Games, and I'm here to present to you our latest work, Batora Lost Haven, which will launch this fall. Batora is a narrative action RPG where Avril, our protagonist, will have to face a cosmic journey and use her powers to save who and what she loves, making many significant choices that will change the destiny of the whole universe. Avril's journey will take her to 4 different worlds, each representing one of the natural elements. The one we are seeing right now is wild. The Planet of Hair, which is composed of 5 completely different areas that will feature a scorching desert, this eerie mountain, a mystical river infested by evil spirits, and so much more. We've
Who's
had a
our
lot of
friend
fun
that they
creating
keep
intriguing
showing?
characters with their own cultures and customs, alongside with colorful and vibrant environments that you'll get to explore in details thanks to an in-game zoo. All the planets that Hevel will visit during the game are actually inspired by real places and human cultures. For example, Wuhav is strongly based on Chinese mythologies and settings, and this cute little lizard that we see here is called Yoke. He's from the Xia tribe, and he's also a companion that will help us in combat while we uncover the secrets of this mysterious world. Speaking of fighting, Batora features 2 different combat styles that revolves around the main concept of the game. In her physical form, Avril will be able to use a sword to fight in melee, while in her mental form, she'll be able to throw projectiles at
Fucking
enemies.
mental, man.
Switching between them constantly during fight allows the player to adapt to every situation and change his strategy in a split second. This is important because every enemy inside Batora is divided into 3 different variations: physical, mental, and hybrid, so changing out combat style constantly is essential to emerge victorious.
Okay.
The nature switch mechanic is also used to solve many puzzles. For example, this one is a memory game that requires the player to listen to a sequence of notes and reproduce them with the help of Avril's physical and mental powers. The narrative side of Batora is also based on duality, and players will be able to shape their own path thanks to the karma system. During an adventure, Avril will have to make many difficult decisions, and each of them will have heavy consequences that may lead to different outcomes and endings. So, Are you ready to meet fascinating creatures, explore mysterious planets, and discover where your decisions will take you? Batora Lost Haven is coming on PC and consoles this fall. Don't miss any of the news and surprises related to Batora. Wishlist it right now on Steam.
Okay. Avatar mode. I mean, it's definitely it's just the difference between hack and slash and twin stick shooter, and that's not bad. And the fact that the enemies are built on which one is more efficient against them means that they want you to continue switching between the 2 gameplay modes, which again is not bad in the slightest. I do want to know the depth of the choices matter mechanic, because the thing that people always hold the most on that with choices matter is the early BioWare games such as Dragon Age and Mass Effect, right? And the long-lasting effects of what decisions can be. And he said there are multiple endings, but those multiple endings can end up meaning very different things in terms of the scale of the differences of those endings, and I'm curious what that means. All right, so this is the last trailer we have. This is from September of 2022. This is the release date trailer. So this is the most up-to-date view of the game.
Did we really come here just for 2 ancient gods that told you to come here while you were sleeping?
Yep.
Why the hell do you have to be so reckless? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Gross.
Save Earth. Restore balance.
This planet must be a huge mess if they need your help.
Oh, this trailer has a significantly amount of quality in it, in terms of like being able to clearly see the gameplay.
Let's do it, Ave.
Hey, Dimden, welcome in. Looks like Korean characters in the back of the jacket. Maybe I didn't look that closely. It's looking larger. This is the best trailer of all of them so far, which is good. I mean, this is the most recent trailer, right? Like tone, energy, presentation.
Time to retake our lost haven.
Coming October 20th. Yep, so very, very soon. Yeah, that looks really good. I'm glad to see that the last trailer that is shown off for the game ended up being the one that looked the best. That's just, you know, a good thing to have, right? That when you got the closest to the release, that's the trailer that was just like, yeah, that looks great. So yeah, that comes out in just like right around a week. That looks super solid. I like that. That looks nice. I don't feel like the story in terms of the overall scale of like the actual main hook doesn't hook me, admittedly. Like it's interesting that Earth is half destroyed, and I don't believe on a physics scale that that's possible, but that's not important. The possibility of choices mattering and the multiple endings does pique my interest, though. That looks really good, though. I like a lot of the art direction, solid. I enjoyed a lot of what I was seeing. This game ended up now being a game to watch rather than play. That's fair. Thankfully, we live in a culture where that is more possible, right? Because it definitely wasn't as much an option even 10 years ago. So yeah, that looks nice though. I like it. I'll probably throw it on my wish list. It's definitely not going to be a day one for me. Does this Steam page have a price on it? I realize it's not actually out yet. It does not currently have a price, but it looks like a game that I would love to just like, especially depending on its length, just use as some like enjoyable filler. And that's not to say that the game doesn't. It's not to say the game looks like it wouldn't be better than filler. That's just where it sits for me. Definitely looks like it has some quality to it, but I have such a limited amount of time and a very packed schedule that I have to be very selective and choosy. But if I could pick the game up for cheap, it unfortunately probably just end up sitting in my Steam library and never being touched, but I would like to think that one day I would play it. I like the presentation overall, though. So that's Batora Lost Haven. Let me know what your thoughts are. Put them in the comments down below. If you've been keeping up with this game, if it's something that I think that we saw the option of that it was like at a Steam Next Fest back in like February. So maybe you've already tried this game. Let me know where it's sitting for you. Put them down in the comments below. If you want to keep with the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. If you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Dimden, how be as you? How do you be? Do you be well? Are things going well? How is world? How is life? Oh, I know that YouTube is old enough to have that, but there was less prevalence of content, right? Like a game like this, you might not see a Let's Play of it on YouTube, you know, within a week that it comes out, or even a year that it came out, right? Just because it was like the culture of internet content was significantly smaller than it is today in terms of like stuff like that. Whereas like this, a week after it comes out, you will like, they might not be someone that you want to watch or enjoy watching, but there will likely be somebody that will have a Let's Play of this within a week of it coming out. Also, Against the Storm is coming out on October on Steam, not just on Epic. I'm aware. It's been on Epic in early access for like a year. Its full release is in October, on October like 21st or something like that. And it's on multiple platforms. You're good? My house is getting a new roof put on, so a little sad, but all is good otherwise. I mean, better than having a shit roof. Okay, we're not going to start another one because this battle's ready in like 2 minutes. Been really busy. I hear that. I feel that. It's pain. Especially because like I've been doing these, I've moved all reactions to Sunday today. Which I think has been a good move overall. It definitely makes Tuesdays and Thursday streams feel healthier overall, like massively healthier. But in the interest of trying to catch up on the backlog of things to react to, we've moved to doing 14 reactions a week. So we're doing, and I'm posting 2 a day, one at 3 a.m. and one at 3 p.m. my time. And while that's good content-wise, and like getting like catching up on the backlog of things to check out and reactions and stuff, and good for like getting more YouTube views and stuff, it also means I have to edit 14 fucking videos. And that is not a small number. All those tabs, there's a lot to edit. Yeah, it's quite the process. I'm gonna come down here and I'm gonna give the ones that are gonna go get into an automaton a speed boost. Let's go. I don't do a ton of cuts at all in the videos that you see. Like for the most part, like it's basically just what you see is what gets put onto the YouTube channel from the moment I say greetings to the moment I say enjoy. So the editing doesn't take a ton of time, but it's probably between like pulling the video out of the VOD, editing it down, adding on the outro, exporting that, making the thumbnail, uploading it to YouTube, building the video description, and getting it all scheduled. It's probably at least 20 minutes per video if I'm keeping a good pace. So 14, 3 an hour, that's still another, like, you know, what does that end up being? 16 divided by 4 is 4. So it's probably about, you know, 4 hours of work, if not more. And that's only if I'm keeping a good pace. Like if I'm getting distracted or like watching a YouTube video on the side so that I don't have my brain dribble out of my ears, then it takes longer. All right, we have 200 gold. It can be yours for 1,669 channel points, 1 gladiator or 1 centurion that can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills go into Athena, followed by a tie between Lameville and Rayback. Most assists go into Fender, followed by myself. Me moving to Ecuador and hiring people to fix up the gardens for my grandparents' rental places here, and then a friend that has getting me started a business with him. I am consumed. Adulting is a bitch. But at least that sounds like productive things, at least. you know, and things that aren't negative. Because like I know people that they're like, I'm so busy because I'm constantly dealing with insert medical issue or insert disability, and it's like, I'm sorry. Going random in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Toshibi with the gold, Lameville with the Centurion, Rayback with the Gladiator. It's fun, but shit, there is not enough time in a day. No, there is not. There is never enough time. It sucks, and I hate it. And it makes me want to cry. Because there's not enough time to do all of the things that I want to do. And there's a lot of things that I want to do, and I cannot do them all. And I really wish I could. Okay, we need to place Barbarian. I want to play games. Yeah, big mood. Mine isn't even just play games. I also want to like make more videos and like do more streams and podcasts and other video stuff and do more writing and play more music and spend more time with people that I care about. And there's just not enough time to do everything. And it makes me very sad because I would really like to do more in general. And I already do a lot. I mostly end up sleeping. Eve, I want more sleep. I do not want more sleep. I sometimes need more sleep, but it is definitely not on my agenda of stuff in the terms of sleeping. Sleeping, I hate because it eats up my time. Oh, actually, I should put last on this. I'm going to try and not dilly-dally with these last 2 reactions. That is a big last. Oops. I hate it. Chop. There we go. Okay. 2 more of these. All right. Yeah. All right. Put in your YouTube swans, your high swans, your pog swans, your dead swans, your explosion emotes, whatever fits your fancy. Ooh. Oh. Here we go. Wrong screen. Here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Flat Eye, which this says a narrative management game coming this year, and on this other screen it says you, us, you again. Looking at the Steam page, it's got some interesting tags on it. It's listed as a strategy RPG, a building, a simulation game, and a god game. And I don't know what that means, because when I think of god games, did anyone else ever play those like shitty Flash games like 15 years ago where like you'd need to like combine elements together to like create new things, and then you'd like, oh, I found this new element, so you try and figure out new combinations. You're just trying to fill up like a tracker list of creating all of the things. I think that game was literally called like God Game or something like that. There was a few different variations of it. That's all my brain gives me, so I have no concept at all of what this might end up actually being. We have a few trailers for it. Its initial announcement trailer, and then just a gameplay trailer and whatever this is supposed to be. So I'm going to let the game hopefully speak for itself in some capacity, and we'll see what this has in store for us. So this is Flat Eye.
The iLife Corporation understands that in these hectic times, you all need a little help. That's why our proprietary cloning booths are headed to every Flat Eye gas station. With only a strand of hair, we can help you finish your to-do list or bring your loved ones back to life. Some side effects may occur. Flat Eye. You, us, you again.
That didn't tell me shit. Okay. Will this one show us a bit more?
The world world's leading automobile fill-up station and technological access point.
Okay.
Come enjoy the convenience of instant travel, our newly installed smart bathrooms, or replace a failing organ with our organ vending machines. While there are a small group of dissenters that have protested what they're referring to as technological overreach, we here at the iLife Corporation, creators of FlatEye, believe we're helping to usher in a new age of innovation and modernization. Come visit your local FlatEye station to see what all the fuss is about. We know you'll find solutions to problems you didn't even know you had. FlatEye, we're with you.
Or without you.
What is a smart toilet?
FlatEye.
Like asking for a friend being me. You know, the organ vending machine, a little concerning, a couple other things there. But they were like, our new smart toilets. The fuck does that mean? Like, what is this? One, holy shit, Granny. Are you okay? You are very excited to be going into this bathroom. But I'm concerned. I love smart toilets, no joke. Okay, what do real life smart toilets do? Like, what makes them smart, I guess, is the question there. All right, so this is the actual gameplay trailer instead of just making me fearing for my life. So let's see what this has.
Welcome to FlatEye, a premier fuel station and technological hub. As the manager of FlatEye, we're entrusting you to provide unparalleled customer service. Let's explore the various modules you'll be tasked with to outfit your station. You'll be able to unlock the new technologies through the profits you earn with excellent customer service, so be attentive. At the start, your module list will be limited, but each new unit placed opens up new menus of possibilities. Take this toilet module you've installed. Thanks to your diligent work stocking shelves and promptly dealing with customer purchases, you now have enough to upgrade it to a smart toilet. We can tell so much by analyzing whatever's going down the drain. With this data, we can now safely open a doctor booth to provide sound medical advice to patrons so they can have their illnesses diagnosed and treated with further iLife branded medical modules. In essence, you have the most important job in the world. FlatEye, making decisions for the benefit of everyone.
So it's a dystopian gas station simulator. Everything from heated seat, bidet, foam, seating, dryer. See that, like that's what I thought you might have meant, but that didn't feel like a smart toilet to me. Their idea of a smart toilet is more along the lines of what I was thinking of. It analyzes your poop every time you shit to find out if there's something wrong with you. And like that is a concerning, like on one hand I'm like, you know, that's kind of a cool concept until you realize that they're using it to control every aspect of your existence. But you know, it's like, oh, we found that you have blah 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 wrong with you because when you took a shit in our smart toilet, we analyzed your poop and you need to go over to our doctor that's right here and he'll help you get all fixed up. So yeah, okay. You know, I didn't know what to expect going into this. I guess, like, it doesn't necessarily feel like a God game to me, because, like, besides the awkward thing that I described earlier, the next closest thing I can think of in terms of, like, what I might consider a God game is, like, The Sims, in which, like, you're able to, like, really control these people's lives. You love my nails? Thank you. So this definitely just feels like a management simulator rather than a God game, but maybe they didn't show us some of the more godly elements to it. And in terms of that, you're just trying to make profits go up so you can get new things to make profits go up. So yeah, that's FlatEye. Like you said, Lameville, you're a manager and basically managing the store, and then but you just got these like crazy innovations and mechanisms and technological developments that allows you to do a lot of things. And part of it is, I feel like part of the game is definitely meant to be a narrative and a commentary on the continued growth of technology and where that could end up going, because we could lead ourselves to a future like this, and it might not necessarily be a good one. As much as like technological developments like that would be a good thing until you start to hit cyberpunk eras where the corporations and the technology have surpassed human cognition to the point that we are almost subservient to them. And I don't necessarily mean about AI, but in terms of subservient to technology itself and our own reliance on it as a whole. But I feel like that might be part of a commentary that they're trying to push, especially since we did see sections where there are dissenters pushing against the I Corp or whatever they were called, and their continued innovation, which on one hand could be positive, but if it's used for the sake of corporate overreach, then it doesn't exactly lead to as good of a future as we'd like to believe that it might. So that's Flat Eye. Now, this says coming in 2022, but I recall... Oh, it releases October 17th. Okay, so yes, it does release in 2022, and it releases in about less than a week. So if that looks like something you're interested in, if you like management simulators, if you want to run your own store that involves a technological dystopian future, potentially, go check that out. It's available very, very soon. But let me know what your thoughts are on it. How are you feeling about Flat Eye? And how do you feel about the potential commentary that the game might be trying to make? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Yeah, there's some that are a flat blue, and then there's some that, if I can get it to focus, that have these patterns on them in there. And it's interesting though, because out of the box, if you might be able to kind of see it on this one, so you could see maybe just barely how it's got like this, like it looks like it's peeling, and it's because it is. These nails, the flat color ones, they had like a matte coating on the outside to make them look frosted. But it's interesting because the nail underneath that matte coating is actually like this really pretty sparkly blue color. Like you might be able to barely see how there's sparkles in these ones. There's actually sparkles in the flat color as well, but it was underneath the matte coating. And initially I was like, man, this matte coating came off really quick. These are press-ons, by the way. But when I saw that there was like a sparkly, glittery blue underneath, I was like, oh, never mind, that's fine. I'd rather have that actually than the matte color. Okay, last one, and this one is an interesting scenario for me, because this one did I not grab I didn't grab a screen. Okay, this screen will work. Hello? I already gave it to you. Because you came down and asked for it before. Yeah. Are press-ons difficult to administer? I don't know where I was looking for, so I went for administer. I hope you know what I mean. They are... I wouldn't say they're difficult, just very different. Because, so, I tried a different kind of glue on these ones, because the first time that I put on press-ons, the press-ons, it came with literally, like, it said it was nail glue. That was just fucking super glue. You can't pull it off on me. I used to put models together and shit. That was literally just a little fucking bottle of super glue, okay? And the super glue was really difficult because super glue dries really, really quickly, right? And I ended up getting it all over myself because I don't know how the hell you're supposed to put super glue on anything cleanly, because super glue is messy as hell. This is actually only the second pair of press-ons that I've ever done. And for these ones, because I knew that I didn't want to use the little shitty bottle of super glue, I bought a bottle of nail glue, and it's still kind of like super glue, but it uses like a nail brush, like if you were to paint your nails, and it doesn't dry nearly as quickly, which helped a lot. So, they're not difficult to put on, but I will say that it can get awkward. And where it gets awkward is that, so the way that I did these ones after learning some lessons from the first one is that I started at my pinkies and worked towards my index finger and my thumb, because you put some glue on the underside of the nail, and if you want a little bit on your nail itself, it's recommended to rough them up first as well to get a better seal. And then you grab the nail and you hold it and you press it on your finger, and it only takes like 30 seconds because the glue dries fairly quickly, or at least dries enough that you don't need to hold it down anymore. But once you have nails on your hands, because they come pretty long, right? Like you can actually clip and file these, and I've done so with these cleanly because they were like a lot longer. If you have really long nails and you're trying to hold a nail with long, like trying to pick it up and hold it and stuff with a long nail, it can feel very awkward to do that. I'm sorry, Athena. So the last couple of nails can feel very difficult especially if you don't like. I didn't initially want to trim them. I did later. And so my next pair, I might put them on my hand, and then before I do the other ones, trim them to make it easier to hold, or I might just be lazy and say, fuck it. We'll see what ends up happening. But overall, I would say they are not difficult to put on. And once you have them on, if you feel like they're not on the way that you want, just some hot water. Just like put your finger in some hot water for literally like 30 seconds and you should be able to wiggle it off because it'll loosen up the glue. So. Okay, last one of these. The very, very last one. Well, not last ever. So no warm baths. Got it. Actually, I don't wear gloves when I do the dishes or anything like that. I take a shower normally. It's like you don't want to leave them like submerged for a longer period of time. So like if you were getting into a bath that you're submerged in and it's a real warm bath, then that's probably not a great idea. But I never take baths ever. Like showers only. I've never liked baths. I don't think I maybe ever will. But thank you for the instructions. I might try it sometime. So like I said, this is only the second time that I've done these, but I really love them because they're cheap. Like these were like $9. And I spent an extra like $7 on the bottle of nail glue, but that bottle of nail glue is going to last for, I don't know, 5 sets, maybe more. And I didn't have to bother with like trying to paint them cleanly or making a mess of painting or anything. It was like open the box, find the size, rough them, glue them, done. And these are already a week old and I feel like they still look really good. I'm hoping that I can get 2 weeks out of them. I don't expect them to last longer than 2 weeks, not because they won't last longer, but just because my nails grow pretty quick. So here in another week or so, I'll end up taking these off and putting on a new pair. Best place to nap is a warm bath. No, that is very dangerous and runs risk of drowning. Do not do that. All right, here we go. Put in your YouTube swans. Some good quality press-ons are also reusable. They are. They are reusable. If they're not damaged, you can absolutely reuse them. If you take them off with warm water, you can take them off much faster if you use acetone, like just nail polish remover, but that's only if you don't want to save them. All right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is MichaelSchwahn and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are teching out the last Oricru. I hope that's pronounced correctly. Now, I'm so confused, okay? Because I was getting videos ready to do these reactions and stuff, and every single video for this damn game said that I had already watched it, okay? They all had the red YouTube line of like, you've already watched this trailer. And I was like, I did? And I looked at some screenshots. I even watched a few seconds of the game. I have no idea what this game is called. It comes out in just a few days. It releases on October 13th, 2022. It's literally just a couple days out. And it's like, it's got this unique visual. I wouldn't say unique, but it's got like a higher end looking visual style, and it's talking about how it's an action RPG where choices matter, like it's trying to be some Dragon Age style fucking game, right? And I'm like, I feel like if I had watched these trailers, I might remember something about this. And like I was trying to be like, maybe the game name used to be something else. Nope. It's the only name this game has. No idea what this is. Maybe autoplay Athena. I don't think that Athena would have watched it on specifically. I have a separate Chrome profile for my content creation and these reaction videos and stuff. So I don't think it's something that somebody would have watched by accident. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't recognize this at all. What the fuck's an Oricru? Maybe they'll tell us. I don't know. But anyway, so this is an action RPG that kind of looks like Dragon Age, and it's trying to claim that choices matter. It's even in the title. The last Oricru, your choice matters. Let's see if that's true or not. But so yeah, we'll take a look, and maybe I have seen it, and I need to just watch a whole bunch of it to have any idea of what this is. But you know, beyond, yeah, let's just go.
Ever had one of those days? When you
oh, I've had lots of those days.
Planet after being frozen for 350 years. Dumb question. Can't wait to find out how the hell I got here. And just what the hell is going on?
Yes, that's what I just asked.
So, I get involved. Maybe I can even influence the outcome of some things. I soon realize my own decisions have a huge impact. And isn't that what it's all about? Being in charge of my own destiny. And the destiny of this entire world. Wardania is full of secrets, hidden technologies, battles to be fought. Stories to be told. My stories. I am the last Oricru.
Still didn't tell us what an Oricru is. Orichi is a snake, so I'm thinking closer to that. I mean, maybe you could be a snake and betray a whole bunch of people. I didn't see a snake. Schwahn, go save that spider. I would kill it. Wait, are you talking about it in the game or are you talking about it in the house? Those are very different things. Okay, well, I have no earthly idea. Like, I definitely have not seen anything for this ever before. We have an overview trailer right here. I'm going to put that at the end because it's 8.5 minutes long. So let's look at some of the other trailers for the game and we'll see if we feel like we need to go watch that. So this is from, that trailer we just watched was from Gamescom last year, August of 2021. This is from February of 2022. Oh. Hi. I'm feeling kind of Soulsian with the gameplay, but the quality level, I'm kind of getting the Elex vibes from it. and there's like this weird combination of tech and high fantasy in like a very jarring way. Also, you know, it always makes me a little hesitant when, like, we talked about Dragon Age and Mass Effect as like choices matter games, where it felt, your decisions felt weighty, where you could see later in the game, even across the next game, in the terms of a couple of these, where your decisions affected things moving forward. But they never really, I don't feel like those games, in my memory, ever heavily advertised that as like a feature, right? And it always makes me kind of pause for concern when a game is just like, your choices matter. And I'm like, do they though? Like, I feel like you're trying to sell that a little too hard. I don't like that you can't really tell what the game is. I mean, we do have that longer gameplay overview, so maybe that'll give us an idea. This is the release date trailer from August of this year, so Gamescom.
You know?
We all have choice, Master. We can choose to help those who make others suffer, or we can choose to help those who suffer. Be sure you know what is better.
I'm finding our spaceship, getting out of here.
Where is your sense of justice?
Our primary objective is to get to the cradle of life and leave this planet.
Come closer.
You can't enslave them. You simply own them. And that's what we do since the dawn of our proud empire.
I like co-op though. That's nice. I don't. Oh, the frames.
I believe you're now ready for the truth.
Does the online co-op, like, because they talked right here, right, about single player or online co-op, but does the online co-op force you into split screen? And if so, why? Like, when I saw this, I was like, oh, does it have couch co-op? No fucking way. But then they're like, no, it's got online co-op. And I'm like, okay, why is my screen split though? I don't understand. Okay, we'll check out some of this overview trailer. As a heads up, this is from December of 2021. So this could be a bit outdated, right? But all of the trailers across both years kind of look the same, so they using the same screen? I mean, maybe, but that seems like such an odd choice. Oh, your hand, buddy, it's swollen. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Come on. Get me out. Get me out. Help. Help. No. No.
Well, that sucks.
How you would say in the Czech Republic.
Good game.
My name is Toby, and today I will take you on
Guessing to show both sides, or a way out, or the doll game you and Athena play where it also turned into split screen. Yeah, I mean, maybe.
With a strong emphasis on a dynamic storytelling that is driven by players' decisions. If you manage to survive, that is. Welcome to the beautiful world of Vardania.
You cannot say a beautiful world. You cannot be going on a beautiful world when the clip is of a barren hellscape of fireballs flying at you. But even beyond that, especially when the game is playing at like 9 FPS during that statement. Did you see that?
Driven by players' decisions. If you manage to survive, that is. Welcome to the beautiful world
That game is chugging. It's a flip book, says Athena. Exactly. You do not want to say this beautiful world when the game is running that bad. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. Woo!
A planet in a distant galaxy in which what we consider a medieval world and a science fiction world collide. You are taking the role of Silver, one of only a few humans that are roaming this living and breathing world. Why you shipwrecked on this planet and why you were just woken up from your cryo chamber is yet to be discovered. When I said living and breathing world, I'm of course admiring how cool it looks. However, behind the shining facade, a massive civil war and strong oppression rages. The predominant races are in war, and you get thrown right in. Combat in the last Oricru is tough, skill-based, and unforgiving. From tricky duels to mass fights.
Oh, that is a rough UI, my dude.
With multiple NPCs, you'll come across dozens of enemies, sometimes even at once. But not everyone must strictly attack you right away. Factions might even fight alongside with you. Everything depends on your relationships you were building up beforehand. The last Oricru introduces one or two-handed weapons, shields, and maces, and
there
even
was
magic.
so few frames in that
But
combat
you can always
scene.
get good and level up, right? The last Oricru offers a deep skills-based RPG system. Collect essences from fallen enemies and invest in one of 6 skills, which should make your life a little easier. It's simple but very effective. Don't drown in statistics and overly complex skill trees. Just loot, level, and repeat. Now, let's take a look on something really cool. The last Oricru offers a unique playthrough for everyone. Depending on your choices, you're not only influencing the war, but also create your very own story in Vardania. Every choice matters, and you can come to multiple possible endings. In this situation, the Queen is about to visit the monastery in which we woke up earlier. Our task was to hide one of the illegal magic items from her. You don't know why, you don't know who those people in the monastery are.
I legitimately thought that suit of armor was just somebody A-posing. And with how bad some of the rest of this has looked, like the actual quality level isn't that bad, right? And especially if you're trying to do something where there are a lot of possibilities in terms of like story beats and storytelling and different like plot lines and stuff with a lot of different characters and a lot of different factions. I understand that building that nexus of a story where there's a lot of what feels like legitimate options and threads can mean that to build all of that, you don't have the time to make really high quality other things, right? And I understand that and I'll accept that. And so the game visually doesn't look that bad. And I'm talking about the textures, the character models. I'm willing to accept a lower standard on those if it means that we're getting higher standards in things like storytelling and having a lot of options that exist within them. But with them showing flip book shit and stuff like that, I legitimately thought that this suit of armor was just, hey, give me that suit of armor. I see it there in the thumbnail. I thought this suit of armor was somebody just fucking A-posing. And I was like, well, that's par for course with the quality that they've shown us in a lot of other aspects. Hello, Cerulean.
So you're offered to make a decision. There is no right or wrong, just your way. Well, there was a wrong answer for poor Tobias here, but according to your decisions, the story will unfold in a certain way. Okay. Poor Jeffrey here suffers from your decision as well, but this is not a game over. This is your way, and you will have to go with it. But what if we would choose differently? Let's lie about the lightning rods. We end up in the same cellar, let's call it the safer end. Oh, and see? Good Toby is still alive, well, more or less. And our story continues from here. We just showed you 2 options, but believe me, there are way more. Tobias, for instance, needs healing. Will you give it to him, or will you rather trade it for better equipment? Will you help Toby escape and watch his story unfold, or do you kill him right in the beginning and loot his corpse? Sorry, Tobes, but money rules the world. The decisions you can make in the last Oricru are influencing your entire playthrough. If you decide to rather give the medkit to the Ratkins, they will not attack you, but stand on your side. On the contrary, anger them, and you will have more enemies, but also more loot, more XP, but also, well, you know, eventually more deaths.
Oh, did you see the stutter? Holy crap! The whole game fucking froze
when
for
I
a
said
moment.
Living and breathing world, I meant it. Life is change, right? And decisions are there to be changed later. In this particular situation, the Radkins are on our side. Our task
Okay, I
is
get
to-
it. All right, I'm gonna leave this. Oh, hang on. Did they talk about co-op? I saw the co-op screen here.
Need a partner in crime, which leads me to the couch co-op. The last
Couch
Origin
co-op.
is designed as both a single player and a co-op experience.
And it makes the
What is
game
even
run
cooler
worse.
Is that there are hidden mechanics and features that can be only triggered in cooperation. The spider from before is still a tough challenge, but with 2 players, we can trap her and get an easier kill on her. You can win together or fail miserably.
Good work.
The game does not get easier per se, it just offers you another way to approach things. And who doesn't want to slide through enemy hordes with a buddy? You don't
Okay.
have to be together the whole game. You can start with a friend, play alone for a bit, and finish together later. Hop on, hop off. The game will of course adjust accordingly and will be challenging even for 2 players. And that's it? Now, let's recap.
No, I don't need a recap. Thank you, though. Okay, so it does have couch co-op, at least did in December of 2021. I'm guessing that because the game was built originally with couch co-op, that when they implemented online co-op as an option, that is a functionality that still has to exist within the original design of couch co-op, which is why online co-op still has the split screen. It's a little rough, but I'll accept it. That said, holy shit, this game looks like it runs like ass, and that's a problem. I don't care about anything else if the game runs bad. I'll tell you what, we've been trying to play Steel Rising recently. I gave up on it. You know why? Because the game runs so bad that I can't play it. And that looked, oh my God, did that look bad. I liked a lot of what you were trying to sell, but damn, did that look bad. All right, anyway, so that's the last Aura Crew, and it's a video game, and that's about as much as I have to say about it. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you and how you're feeling about it. It releases in a few days, so, you know, I don't expect it to actually be better than what we just saw, but by all means, if I'm wrong or if you feel differently, you're more than welcome to tell me. The comment section is right there. If you want to keep with the conversation elsewhere, 2 great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Wow. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. Straight up bleeding eyeballs after that one. No fucking kidding. All right, everybody. As we go into this last battle, I'm going to work on finding somebody to raid. Please follow me on the social media. Go follow me on Twitter. Come join the Discord. Everything we did today is going to be put onto YouTube over this next week. Please go subscribe to the YouTube channel if you'd like to help me out. I would appreciate it a lot. We are going to... Let's see.
As I take a hit off my base.
Calm down there, audio. I'm going to sneak in and say hello as if I was here the whole time. You were totally here the whole time. What are you talking about? You were 100% here the entire time. Let's see who is streaming right now, given that TwitchCon is still stealing people away. If I recognize any names at all. Roman streaming. Man, I do not recognize like any of the names that are in the Stream Raiders category whatsoever at all. Also, just a shout out to the incredible Athena Latina, because Athena's awesome and you should go watch her streams on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Oh man. All right, everybody. We are going to go visit my friend Lunar Droid then. This is the raid emote. If you are not a subscriber, you can unlock that raid emote for 100 channel points, and it'll be available to you for the next 24 hours, which will also allow you to use it even on other people's channels, such as on the raid. We're gonna go raid 1 Lunar Droid. I will be back on Tuesday, where we will be starting up Valkyrie Elysium. And with that said, everybody, I appreciate all of you very, very much. We have 2 packs of 2 Berserkers, 1 pack of 2 Centurions, or 1 pack of 2 Shinobis, either which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills to El Canadiano, followed by Lameville. Most assists to Judge Betty, tied with Rebe, followed by Blind Carbon Copy. Athena wants the Shinobis. You got it. And I'm going to hit this screen. And I'll hit random on the other rewards in just a moment. But with that said, everybody, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you very, very much. And I will see you hopefully on Tuesday, or if not, just another time.
I definitely don't want to say Keanu. I don't want to get on Keanu Reeves' bad side. Oh my goodness! Schwahn with the raid. Yo, what's going on, Raiders? How are y'all doing? Good to see you. Schwahn with the resub too. Oh my god. What's going on, guys? How are we doing? Let me pause the game and